Hey, Moop Moop. Yeah, you were first. That's accurate. Moop Moop, not Moop Boop. What the heck? Closed captioning's already messing up in the first few seconds. I am going to be on here working on labs today. I got a little bit of time. Normally Fridays are date nights, but the wife is hanging out with her beauty school friends tonight, so I've got a little bit of extra time to hang out and stream. So that's what I'm going to do. So anybody that wants to hang out in the home lab, I'm going to work on some drawing stuff that I have to update as far as like what's going on with the home lab. I'll probably update this drawing with kind of the current state of the lab and things that I need to work on. So that's coming up. And then, put myself up on stream here. And then probably build out some more labs. I don't know the exact order I'm going to do things yet. We're not going to work too hard today. We're just kind of hanging out. So that's what I'm working on. This is the plan for tonight. I have some stuff already set up. Some of you guys were here the other day, and I set up this server over here called, what did I call it? I called it Rocky Test, but it's going to be getting renamed. I think I can change its name here. Let's see if I can rename it right here. The name is going to go from Rocky Test to Warewulf. And that is how they spell it. So Warewulf has a W-A-R-E-W-U-L-F for them. That's the way they spell it. So we're going to do that. We've got the node over here in a console if I break any of the networking. So, you know, you have to have that. If you break anything, you need to have your networking back, you know, another channel to get in. We don't call them backdoors, but a back channel to get in. So I have that if I need it. We see that the device is up on the network, but we can talk a little bit about the architecture that I'm building out for that. So let's pull off some of the stuff that never really made it into the lab. In the home lab, the way this currently works, good portion of this got destroyed as well, unfortunately. Some of the stuff that was there before is no longer there, so I just kind of throw that stuff off out of the bottom of my drawing. Did I have a good day yesterday? Yeah, it was good, Moop Moop. I just kind of hung out and did just family stuff, you know, hang out with Ranger, hang out with the wife. It was pretty good. So, yeah. 4th of July's, you know, good around here. Phoenix area, I think it was 100 and something yesterday, so it was brutal as far as the temp goes, right? But we can make it. All right, so I never got that stuff built. I do have the cluster nodes still up. Let's change up the way some of this stuff looks. The labs are still there. The lab boxes are still there, and they are lab 1. Actually, currently, I think they're, whoops, I think they're, uh-oh. Can't I undo that? Ah, here we go. Currently, they're lab 5. I'll show you guys the architecture here in a second. Lab 5 through lab 9 for right now. And they are all 2204 Ubuntu hardened, so that's right still. How would I find that if I didn't know in my home lab? In my home lab, I have, if I go here, then I go to Guacamole. This is how we can log in from the outside. And Isobu and Non-Major Nerd, how's it going? We are just kind of hanging out and not working too hard, right? Like, it's not working too hard today. Type day. Oh. It's a longer password to get in. Yeah, here's my nodes. So here's the nodes, lab 5, 6, 7, and 8. Oh, there is no lab 9. So this one stops at lab 8. That's fine. And actually, when I get done with this one, I'll publish this up to the Discord as well, so that you guys have like the architecture of the internal system. What I'm going to be doing though, and these servers, I need to modify some of this a little bit. In that, these can come over here. We can take the NFS off because the NFS is still planned, but it's not there yet. Let's get one of those back. NFS environments are not there just yet. And yeah, that's pretty close to what this kind of looks like. But the Kubernetes cluster doesn't exist right now. We're going to call this the lab environment. And the lab environment is not exposed on those ports. Our old Kubernetes was exposed on those ports, but we blew it all up a while back. It's kind of a long story, but we blew a lot of stuff up. So let's make this whoops. Make this a little bigger. Because this environment is going to have all of the have all of these nodes. What are these guys over here? Actually, we could leave these over here. That's fine. This is going to be our Warewulf environment. And we're building that not on Ubuntu. We're actually using Rocky 9.4. So we got a Rocky 9.4 environment stood up. That's what I was working on here earlier. If I need to be root in that environment, I can become root. And this is the server. These are the specs on that server for people who care about those kind of things. How much? Yeah, I gave it 8 gigs and I think 4 cores. Yeah, that's going to be fine for kind of how we start out. There's one other thing that I gave it that's not too much, which is the disks. I only gave it a 50 gig disk for now, so we'll look at upping that as we go. And because the Warewulf, the main machine, is going to keep container images on it. So I have a couple of ways I can do that. I can use an like a network storage if I want to, or I could use something local. And for this environment and the size of this cluster, it's probably just going to be a local one. So this one will go like this, and then I need to add. There's going to be this other pool over here that's kind of called. In this environment. So lab environment is here. Lab environment is a separate network. That network is separate and distinct from my own network, as that it's 192.168.11.200.0/24. And there's a node. Let's drop these over here. There's one single node that acts as a little network. Let's grab these down. There is a C router. Yep. And that node acts as a connection between the 192.168.11 network that I use for my home. And this network, which is going to be, well, it's already there, 192.168.200.1. Its internal is 1, but I don't know what its external is. So for me to find that, I can just come here. What is it, C router? I think it's C router. Thought I put him in here. Oh, on that box. Yeah, there he is. He's 160. Maybe root can't get in there. Maybe it can. That's probably me being secure. Shouldn't be able to SSH around as root in your environment anyways. Well, without other considerations involved. Anyway, so lab environment's here, C router, and then C router allows all the devices to connect through. The nodes over here are called dungeon nodes. So there's red dungeon, and there are blue dungeon nodes. And these nodes are not, strictly speaking right now, controlled by anything. Any of you that haven't been around for when I've been doing this kind of stuff, the red and the blue dungeon, they are deployed via Ansible, and they are pushed out, and they can be created and destroyed at any time on a whim, right? And they'll just work. But they are not They are not part of a cluster. They are not part of a configuration management. It is infrastructure as code building them, right? Like it is an Ansible playbook, and it does stand them up from a template, a hardened template. But the reason I'm going to be using the Warewulf tool is Warewulf does a little more. It does there's pre-baking and there's what we call bootstrapping. There's the pre-baking is what we bake into a server before it comes up, and that's like a hardened golden image. And then there's the personalization of a server once it comes up, where it becomes a web server or it becomes a database server, and it gets these other things applied to it. That's typically what we call bootstrapping or user data space, or I'd like to call it personalization, because it's the changing of the server and like that last little way to work with the environment. You know, you might have all the agents and all the other stuff on the server, but you don't have them configured the way you need until you bootstrap. When you bootstrap, you call up all your links to databases and all these other things, right? Anyways, the point is, Warewulf is going to... Warewulf is there to help with that. Let me move this up just a little bit so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Move that up just a little bit too. There we go. But anyway, so that's where we're at right now. That's kind of what I'm doing and what I'm working on, and that's kind of what I'm drawing out and stuff. So, you know, that's we're hanging out on a Friday. We're not working too hard because it's the end of a Friday. I do have I have more work to do. I'm not gonna do it tonight, but I got more work to do this weekend on hardening boxes and I'd say boxes servers, right? Like Stig stomping on servers, which is getting them as close to the Stig standard of whatever. The Stigs are the secure technical implementation guidelines, right, for a thing. So I've been stomping on those and I've been using Rocky 9.3, but now I'm up in Rocky 9.4 in the home lab. So things will be a little bit different. But these are going to be, these nodes that exist out here, they are going to be the nodes that kind of, they're going to be various stages of ephemeral underneath Warewulf, and I'm going to have Warewulf control. Yeah, ISOBU Stigs are secure technical implementation guidelines, and the way that people tend to work on them is through a tool called like OpenSCAP. So if we come over here, like OpenSCAP, right, and then OpenSCAP Workbench and those kind of things. Here's the OpenSCAP portal where you can go look at that stuff if you want. There's a lot of... I remember... Well, so if you work on government projects, you can get... There's tools that will go and scan and remediate things if you want them to. But you can also... you can also do it open source as well, right? Out there in the world for anybody to use. I'm going to run these... I've got a machine internally. There's two ways into my home network. There's the users connecting through the lab.prolug, right? And there's another server that comes off the internet right here that people can also connect to when they want to. Let me get this NFS stuff out of the way. The NFS I never finished setting that up in the home lab. But there's this one here. Right here. There's another connection into my home lab, which is off of this. It's 22, and then we're using OpenSSH, right? That's just OpenSSH. And this is my primary jump box server, which is P01 jump 01, right? A lot of you guys have seen me use this server. If you ever see me pop up here, this is my jump box that kind of controls everything I'm doing. There's a timeout. What are you guys talking about? Cypher Enigma, 120-second time. I didn't time anybody out. So, have you ever done air gap system before? ISOBU, I work almost exclusively in air gap systems. Yeah. I've. Oh yeah. Hold on. ISOBU. Oh man, you haven't been here. I build Bastion systems all the time. Yeah, I build them on stream here sometimes. I have stuff out on GitHub about how to build them with Ansible. Yeah. The air-gapped systems are kind of, yeah, they're pretty. Yeah, I do them. Let's just leave it at that. I do them quite a bit for the government and for other projects. We've got the simulated high-performance compute cluster here as well, and yeah, these other things. All right, so I got to clean up the lab environment quite a bit. Oh, Cypher. Yeah. We set it to 0 for the timeout. So yeah, you can set it to different things. I don't build Bash from source. No, I build Bastion hosts from. Well, I build them myself through a jailing process that I've kind of built. Yeah, I've shown you guys that before. I mean, we can talk about that if you guys want to do that. If you want to see like what it looks like to build like a Bastion environment out, I have. All right, let's do that. That wasn't gonna be what I was gonna do just yet, but let's do. Do I got Bastion? Somebody help me out here. There's Bastion set up. Which one of these is it? I think it's the same one either way. Yeah. This is for those of you that aren't as familiar. Uncheck that one. Yeah, well, we'll make them all white for now. White. Where's that? White. There we go. All right. Anyways, I do that because it's too dark for or too bright for some people. This is how I build bastions out. When you SSH into my environment. It's fine, Sobu. I'm not really doing anything today. I'm just kind of hanging out. Over here, Jalen said, "Hey, found your channel while looking for content. Gig started to learn Linux. I know some basic commands, but I'm looking for more proficient. Any advice where to start?" Yeah, Jalen, let me give you a link of where I think is the best place to start. And when I say best place to start, what I mean by that is you got to get hands-on to get more proficient, right? Like we can know a lot of stuff. Like I could read a book about fishing for 60 years. But do I really know anything about fishing? I'd argue no, until you go throw your hook in the water a few times. So to answer that question, I'm linking you the Killer Coda over on the YouTube side. I'll put it on the Twitch side as well. But for Jalen, yeah, if you want to get your hands on stuff, there's all kinds of stuff in here that you can go skill and learn about. I do maintain some of those labs, Het Tanis on here, and mine are like the basics of Linux and Ansible and those kind of things. So my labs will get you in there and kind of get your hands on it and make you push buttons and see what kind of stuff comes out and whatever. Tankatev, let's SSH with protection for this week. SSH bug. Yeah. So it's funny. I've been so busy with the stigs, I hadn't even really thought about that. We just did the timeout. I think we set timeout to like 0 or something. So if you don't fix it, there's what do we do? Well, we patched it out too, but we also we set the whatever the timeout was for it. All right. Anyways, so where was I at here? What's a book I was reading? Over here, the way my Bastion stuff works, right, is I can stand up. Yeah, it was something like that. But when you come to connect to my systems, I can throw the user into a jailed lockdown environment, right? And this lockdown environment, for anybody that comes in, it'll drop them into a control. I have a completely controlled environment. I drop them into a bash shell, and they only have the options of doing a few things, right? And then when they're ready, if they know the right information, they can jump over to the last resource. So we'll do that. I'll stand that up here real quick on stream so you guys can see that run and see that build. And in my environment, I report it out to Discord. So we've got a Discord, right? You guys can hang out down in Discord and talk shop with the, other engineers and stuff. But we've got a sandbox in Discord that also is where most of us write things out to when we're doing stuff. So I'm going to go jump over into Sandbox I think I'm going to jump into Sandbox. And here's the information about like the Professional Linux Users Group Lab. Nobody's used it for the last 24 hours. Well, unless somebody's logged in today since the report was made. But since the report was made, nobody's been in there. These are the same things that I was just drawing out, for the lab. But we'll leave that up in the background so that we can run this little playbook and build this little Bastion air-gapped system. So let's do it real quick. And it comes from, let's just go here. We don't need the guacamole right now. Oops. Let's go to in my home lab, I have an AWX server, right? AWX it's an upstream for Tower, and then Tower is no longer around. It's now AAP, which stands for Automation Platform, for people that want to have an orchestrator around your Ansible tooling, right? So Ansible by itself just kind of sits there inert, and I think in this case I use admin. And I'm just going to stand this. I'm going to stand this environment up for you guys. But while I do that, right, because you guys were asking about bastions, right? Actually, I think I was asked specifically about if I've done air gap systems, which I have a fair amount, yes. But if we come over here real quick, hold on, I'm getting all... If you pass through the jailed environment, I'll let you to all the other resources on the back. But you have to know how to get in. You have to know how to get into it for this to work, right? In our system, this was the design for the Killer Coda air gap lab. I never built that lab out, but the Bastion, we built a jail, but we never built the Bastion one, so I still need to build that lab out. So maybe we'll do that tonight too. But anyway, so this is the point. You're going to SSH in. You're going to be locked down. If you act right, you get sent off to the resources. If you don't act right, you get to leave. That's how my bastions work. And if you say, well, what's a bastion? You know, you're talking about these bastions. What's a bastion? Almost all of you probably know exactly what a bastion is. I mean, if you go to the Battle of Helm's Deep, right? We've all seen the Battle of Helm's Deep, right? We know what that is. Battle of Helm's Deep, right? All the guys standing there, all the fighting going on. Well, I'll show you a couple. There's at least 2 bastions in this fight right here. Let's see if we can just open this image in a new tab here. There's a couple of bastions right here. This over here, remember they were all fighting up on the wall, but behind this there was nothing, and then you had a little door that you could run into to get up to the castle. This is a bastion over here. It is a way to slow and force everybody through like a bottleneck. This up here, where they had to come up and they were like 4 abreast, and remember, Glimley's like, you got to throw me, and then they fight up there, and then they go inside. That's a bastion as well. When they go inside and they can close the portacles behind them, that's a bastion. Everybody has to come through it. Everybody has to be checked through. So a bastion is a place to kind of control the flow of things. This is a bastion over here. The area behind this is a bastion. This is a bastion here, right? So when we talk about bastion hosts, it is a combat term, right? It is a more of a medieval thing, because nowadays we can throw objects through people from very far away, so we don't need this as much. But the concept of a choke point is still there, right? Still there. All right. So, anyways, this is Battle of Helm's Deep. Let me get the book stuff out of the way for a little bit. Hold on. I might be writing book stuff later. Depends on where we get in all of this stuff. All right, so that's what a bastion looks like, right? And hopefully that's clear as mud. Link to Discord. Heather, hey, how's it going? And Monkey Man over here. Let me link Discord real quick for everybody. I will put it over on the YouTube side as well. And Heather, we don't work hard on Fridays around here. I just kind of hang out. But what I was talking about was I got asked about like air gapping environments, and I said, all right, well, I'll show you guys how I do it in my home lab for people to be able to come in. And I'll leave it up for a little bit for people that want to use it, and then I'll tear it down. But I'll show you guys how the process works. So at the end of the day, you know, the server is going to connect into a Bastion host. So what's going to happen here? Let's go into my actual implementation here, and in my templates, when I want to run this. This is an old AWX page, and if you guys haven't seen it, here's my Bastion deploy test. When I originally wrote it, I just called it a test. But while I get ready to do this, you're going to see that it's off of this project called Bastion Project. So let's go look real quick at the projects. And the projects say there's a Bastion project test from Git. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So that means that I've got a Git out there somewhere. If I go to my GitHub, right, you guys can find my Git. It's not hard to find it. It's got the same name as me, right? And you come down here to my GitHub page, and you go down to my, I think I called it stream setup when I built it, because it was originally for streaming. Yeah, it's my Bastion stuff in here. What's going to happen here is this is going to go call all of the code that's out of here and it's going to build this stream Bastion host, right? That's what it's going to do. It's going to run, this was originally designed to be run on a CentOS 7, CentOS 8 system. I'm going to have to update it for Rocky 9.4 when I rebuild that box. But that's fine. You can come in here. You can see how it all works. You can go to, like, look at the files. And then you can see, here's my Bastion script. Remember I said if you act right, I'll drop you into one of these different servers? Well, here's all the servers right here. Do I have a key for them? Well, let's go look. I don't think I use a key. I think I have... If I make it, I think it tells you. Hold on. Ah, there's the last hop password right there. Linux rocks, right? Something like that. But I'll make a username and a password as I stand it up, and I'll feed that in there. All right, so let's do this real quick. Enough talking about it. Let's watch it work, and then we'll go back and look at it. I come over here, and I'm going to run this, and here's the Discord webhook. You need a big, long webhook. I'm not going to show you guys the whole thing. But I'm going to launch this, right? Because if you have that, then you can write into Discord. And we're going to go ahead and say that in this survey, as somebody goes to run, so you build stuff in your CI/CD pipelines, and you build stuff in your being a platform engineer for your systems, and then you give them to other teams. You give them to your bridge team so that they can run stuff and maybe restart processes. You give them to some of your developers so that they can deploy their own tooling as they need in their environment and tear it down. So I'm always doing stuff like this, right? We're going to have a user called Streamer1. So if you guys want to write that down, you can, because you're going to be able to connect to this here in a minute if you want. And then I'm going to give a password for this streamer. And the password, by the way, is going to be passed through and given to the Discord, so you don't need to remember it. But we'll do something like this. Let's say is great. And then we'll do something like this. A 3 and a 4. And do we want to report this out to the sandbox when we're done with it? Yes. So the sandbox tooling, I'm going to go ahead and launch this. It gave me the option to see all those things. I'm going to move just this over to the right so that it's over here now. Move this over here. Get this out of the way. And this is going to, when we're done, this is going to write out to Discord right here. So let's go watch the playbook run inside of, 'cause that's fun. Where's that? Over here. We can watch the playbook run down here. It's going to take a little while because that box hasn't been touched in a while. Hack the Planet, how's it going? We're just hanging out today. I don't work very hard on Fridays. Well, you know, after work, I just kind of hang out and talk shop with people that want to hang out with me. I feel like my microphone's slowly sliding down. Maybe it's good. So this was the password that I made. Remember, I just made that for now. This is just the password for now. I don't mind you guys seeing that again because it's about to come out right here for anybody that wants to log in. So before anybody logs in, though, by the way, here it's building. It's about to come out over here. I do want to emphasize one thing. Anybody can hop into this. You're going to have a certain amount of anonymity. However, I always like to warn people this one thing. I do track everything that happens in my environment. So most of you guys have seen that before. I do have like a track of all the IPs. I won't show it on stream for anybody. You know, people get weird about their IPs. So I'm not going to show anybody's IPs, but I do have them. And in the environment that you drop into, the inmates, we track everything that happens with the inmates. Some of you guys have been around for this and seen. I can see all the commands that happen. You can see all the commands that I do in those environments. We do that through a tool called Grafana. Receive the usual lecture. Yeah. Have you received? Yeah, the usual lecture. We're not doing anything that we shouldn't do. Yeah, I'm like the big brother. Well, it's just it's more Tankatev that I give like. There's a lot of control here. Like you have a full access into the environment. So I just try to make sure everybody knows that like I could figure out who people were. If something illegal happened, there would be a way to figure out who did it, if that makes sense. But that's true of like walking around punching people in a subway station or something. They got cameras everywhere, right? It's the same kind of idea. Don't go punching people in subway stations unless you're playing a video game, right? No, I know Tankatev. I know you're not serious. We're not taking anything too serious today anyways, but this is the and if you guys want to take apart the jailing process, I do that sometimes. Probably a bit much for a Friday afternoon, but this is going to write out right here. So here's the Bastion stream. There it is. I'm going to go ahead and I'll kick these things bug me so much. So I'm going to I always remove all the embeds. We don't need them. But yeah, this is how you connect. It says here's where the code's maintained if you need to go look at it. here's how you get the connection. That will connect you to the outside of that box. And then here's the chroot. I don't know how that happened, but it should be a chroot jail has deployed. I don't know why that says a choot. That should be a chroot jail, so that's all one word. So that's me being dumb. Remote streamer 1, and then you get the initial jump in, and then you get to jump all the way. Then you get to jump the rest of the way over. Raul, you said, what's this about? We are doing, well, I guess right now we're doing Linux. But we're also doing, I guess you could call this Bastion hosts and connecting to servers remotely. That's kind of what we're doing right now, I guess. By the way, you could do that right out of a Windows machine. You don't even need to be in Linux. People, they've had OpenSSH directly in Windows for the last few years, so you don't even you don't need to. If you needed to, you could go download a tool like Putty. Right, Putty's a free tool that you could just download, and you could put Putty together, and connect directly to this machine right here. ProLUG asuscom.com on port 22, right? Because you're using OpenSSH. Or you could just go right out of any terminal that has OpenSSH involved, which again your Windows machines do. So you could connect to these machines if you wanted to, and then from there you can jump into any of the different boxes that I have. So there's that, right? By the way, it's funny. I know that none of my regulars are around. And you say, how do you know none of your regulars are around? Somebody would have already typed in the Sandbox channel. Like if my regular followers and or people who like to hang out with me on Fridays were here, I would already have people typing down in the Sandbox channel saying hi to stream and stuff. That's normally what happens. Oh, Sebastian. That's funny. All right, so this wasn't exactly what I was going to do today, but I do have it set up where we could just do this if we wanted to, right? It is an actual bastion to jump into the environment. Yeah, Harvest, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. I try to make this stuff. You could use Windows Subsystem for Linux. There you go. Yeah, see? There you go. Some of the regulars are around. And the bot is obviously giving me problems. The bot's always there. All right, so the point is that's there. When we're ready to tear it down, it's just the other way. I put in all the same things, and I just tell this thing to tear down, and it rips it all down. It actually breaks any SSH connections across it, because you never leave this jailed environment. You come in via SSH, and you're dropped into a jail, and then you jump further into my environment. But if I were to say, lock it down, lock it all down, right? Like one of those memes where he's like shut it all down. We could do it. We could kill every SSH connection in there through the jail like that. It's real easy to do. So that's another thing about bastions is, if we need to cut the drawbridge and, send everybody into the moat, drop everybody out of the environment, we can. And I've had to do that before. I had a few months ago, I was working on a big college system, and one of the guys who is an administrator, so we had the pool of root admins, right? And then we had these other team that were the supercomputing consultants to the researchers and stuff, and a few of those guys that had been around a long time, they had yeah, you could kill SSHD, sure. They had but I had to be standing there to chop it. This college is up in the northwest, like way far away from me down here in Phoenix, so I had to do this and keep my own connection, right? So the point is, this user, this power user, though, he wasn't part of the root admins, but he was a power user, so he had quite a bit of, he didn't have root, he had sudo to a lot of root functions. He sent a couple of weird emails, and we found out later that he was trying to set up an app on his phone, and some things were weird about the multi-factor, and apparently he got into his email without knowing, and he sent some weird emails to his boss. It was weird. It looked like he was sitting on his phone, because I got the access to the emails, but I had to cut him completely out of the environment. And when you have a bastion like this, you just chop them. You just chop the bastion down. In that case, I didn't take the whole system down because I had hundreds, maybe even thousands of users in the system, but I had to get rid of that one, right? So that's a whole thing in of itself. We did that in a different stream for people that want to talk about that stuff. But all right, so that environment's up, by the way, and any of you could connect, right now. If anybody connected on streamer, oh yeah, at least one person's on streamer, right? Won't leave anything up there too much, but one person's connected in there at least right now, and they can go do whatever they want. I didn't connect in myself, but I could have connected in as a streamer user too if we wanted to, right? Oh, do you guys want to see? Hold on. So I'll SSH streamer 1 at this machine, which is 192.168.11.245 in my home lab, and the streamer password is right here. This is great. I just grabbed that. Right. I'm gonna right click and hit enter, and then now here's my 10 seconds right here. I've got 10 seconds to choose one of these nodes to go to, and if I don't know which one, if I don't pick one, this is what's gonna happen to me. Oh, and the joke server's not set up, but I'll connect in again. Boom, connect, and then now this time I'm gonna say 4. And then do I have connection? And it says I'm on this user. Oh, and the last part of the password is right here. So you needed to know that last part, which is right here. So again, you have to have been in the Discord at least. And then just right click and drop that in. And then, right, I'm on one of the nodes, right? And then if I want to start doing Linuxy stuff, I can, start doing Linuxy commands and see whatever kind of Linuxy stuff I want. So anyways, that's kind of how the Bastion stuff works. Again, this is all out there, so if anybody wants the stream setup stuff, it's a little dated. I'm gonna probably have to tweak and update that a little bit for the Rocky nodes. But what that does is that gives you like a single entry point to allow people to have access to other resources behind it, but they have to come through that one entry point. And you could Bastion, you could do that to multiple different user accounts. In my case, I'm just using the one, but you could have multiple, and you could change this any way you wanted. So anyways, that's there. I'm going to leave that up so it reminds me to shut that down later. So yeah, people can get in there and people can access whatever they want. All right. So OpenSCAP, we were talking about OpenSCAP, and then we had this, and what else was I doing today? I was working on, I forget what I was working on, but let's see. How's Ranger doing? Ranger's doing good downstairs. Have to give him food here in a little bit. Oh, yeah. So anyways, this is where we were at today. I was like, wait, I was trying to figure out what we were doing today. Let me move this back out of the way because you guys don't need to see Discord right now. Although you're welcome to hang out in Discord, right? Discord's there, and engineers are down there engineering. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm not going to save it. We're back on the drawing. This is the drawing of the home lab. By the way, for people that connect to the home lab with that Bastion, you're coming in through P01 Jump 01, and you're getting a jailed connection down to the dungeons. So that's what you're doing. I'm going to have to move some of this around, I think. Some of this is not current, or I have work to do on it. All right, so the next part that I want to build out is this Warewulf stuff. So how does the Warewulf part work? Well, there's a tool called Warewulf, and I need to get it into this Rocky Linux 9.4. So let's work on getting that downloaded and running. And I believe I have it all here. So this is Warewulf. If you've never seen it, it is spelled with a WLF. The dungeons is where some of us really belong. Yeah, Agent. So one of my things I need to do, and I feel like I kind of owe it to the community a little bit, is the dungeons down there. You just kind of drop into them, and there's not really anything to do, right? I mean, I guess you would have to have some imagination around doing some Linux for. Oh, by the way, you see how it connection close, because I jumped out of both of the nodes. I jumped out of the final node that I was in, which was 192.168.200, and then that zippered me out and kicked me out of the jailed environment that I was in. And then okay, so anyways, where was I going with that? There's nothing to do down in the dungeons right now. I have ideas for some CTF stuff that people could do. I have some ideas for just admin stuff that people can do, but I haven't really worked on it super hard. So what I need to do is build out this Warewulf and get some of this stuff going to kind of get myself some familiarity with it, and then I will be setting it to, as I reconfigure those nodes every day and it rebuilds the nodes every day, they will be set back to a base image. And then what I will be able to do with that is start setting up labs that people can do. Like go in there and set up all the disks, do an MD-ADM and do some software RAID, and then do a all your logical volume management stuff. So for some of you that are trying to learn how to use those tools and you're like, well, but I don't have, in my Windows subsystem for Linux, I don't have this server that has all of these things, then I'll just be like, well, but we've got a little bash, we got a little environment that you guys can hop into. And you have different ways to hop into that. Remember, you have the Guacamole way, which is just a lab access through a browser. And then you also have the Putty way when I have the Bastion node set up, which, I try to set those up over the weekend. So I'll leave those up like this weekend for people that want to go in there and use them. But you have a way to access that if you go down in the Discord, right? And again, as long as it doesn't get abused, like people can do whatever they want in there, within general reason. Let's go in here. Let's look at what we need to do. So I know how all this works. This is all fine. We're fine with all this. We've got our own private network. We've got our own network, and we're going to be able to build our worker nodes. This is very, if you're looking into doing something and learning how high performance compute works, this is very much the way that the industry has gone the last 20 years. I've been working in high performance compute for, with Linux, right? But for over 20 years now. And this is a tool that is kind of been getting popular lately. So it's been around, but I've always used another tool called XCAT. And I'm trying to kind of, I don't know, however you want to say it, I'm kind of like trying to modernize my systems stuff, right? So this is packages available for EL 7, 8, and 9. I'm on Rocky 9, so it's going to be very similar to this, right? And it says that we could, what is this? We could set up, so this would be for Enterprise Linux 9, which is Rocky 9 generally maps to Red Hat 9, right? So we could set this all up in here. Let's give it the old college try, guys, right? I always joke around about how the college try isn't very hard. We could also install it from source if we want to build it. We do that. That's fun. Let's see what my... Oops. Nope, it's Scott at Warewulf. Yeah, there we go. Because then I got a sudo. Right? I have a key, but then I have to have a password to get to the root access, right? Do I got GCC on here? Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure, so... Right, GCC's there. Which, okay, I've got GCC there, so I should be good if I wanted to build it from source here. But we can just, let's see if this is for version 9, so we should be able to get away with this. Let's give it the old DNF. Let's see what happens here. We'll let this thing install itself. See what that kind of looks like. As that's going, has anybody got anything fun going on in the tech world? I always ask people on Mondays, I'm like, what are you guys studying for this week? Like, what are you working on? For me, I'm still working on, obviously, I'm working on my Prometheus Certified Associate. I haven't taken that test yet. Okay, this says it's going to be 92 megs, Warewulf, and then, oh, look at these dependencies that I didn't have there, so I do need those. That's fine. Oh, what was I saying? Oh, I'm working on my Prometheus Certified Associate. And then another thing, like I could kind of tease this a little bit, but this isn't ready yet. In the background here. Oh, hold on. That's fine. I'm fine with GPG fingerprints not being found. That's fine. I can tease this a little bit. I've been sitting on this for like 9 months, and I finally started just putting it together the other night after we talked. But I've got this ProLUG security primer. There's a ISC squared certification that is still free right now. You can still go sign up for it right now if you guys want. I got this is a 4 right here, but I got a couple of 5s sitting over there. Somebody mentioned Raspberry Pi server. This is a 4 here, but I have a couple of 5s sitting over there. I have Raspberry Pis all over my house. We could hop in a box right now and do Kali Linux on one because I use that for all the wireless in my neighborhood, just so I can track on what's going on. Isobu, you've been looking for a job? Have you, Isobu, I don't remember if it was you or who asked. I don't think it was you. There were a lot of people recently in the Discord that were asking about going over resumes and just like some of the guys have expressed interest in some of my more senior guys have said that they would do mock interviews if people wanted, but the problem with that always is this. Somebody's not going to be able to give you the exact look that, some company is, but they can get you a little more confident in your ability to talk about yourself and answer some of those questions and that kind of stuff. Yeah. Harvest, I've been playing with Pis since, when was my first Raspberry Pi? I want to say like 2012. And I'm not trying to say like, because I was doing it back before it was cool, but I'm going to tell you, I had to wait back order for my first one back when they had all the shipping issues and that kind of stuff. Cypher Enigma, working on your iTil 4. Nice. I have an iTil 3. I never did the 4. My brother Tommy passed his iTil 4 a few months ago. So he's taken a Python certification. Did you guys know there's Python certs out there? I didn't even know that, but his company will pay for it. So he's doing a Python cert just to go, like, it's foundations of Python. And you're like, well, what is that? It's like you just have to know how to call some libraries, open and close files, like stuff that I think like most of you could probably learn in a couple of nights. But there's certifications out there for Python. I was like, that's kind of, and I think it's from like Python's whatever. But anyways, the point is iTil's a very good one. iTil teaches you how to, if you guys don't know, iTil teaches you how to take all the services you do in an IT sense and turn them into like a menu. It's like a menu. No, my brother is actually not doing WGU. He's getting his master's from... Oh, I'm a terrible brother. I have 4 brothers, so I don't know what they're all doing all the time. But no, my brother is doing... he's not doing WGU. He's doing a different master's, but his company is paying for it. He works with... I can never remember. Like, it's funny. I couldn't out my brother if I wanted to, because I can never remember if it's State Farm or Farmers that he works for, but he works for a big insurance company. So, and he does data analytics for him and stuff. He's actually coming at the end of... early next month, we're doing this big talk. And everybody's coming to talk. All my kind of senior guys are going to come talk about the industry and getting into the industry and that kind of stuff. So if any of you guys want to come to that, that's down in the Discord. Also looking to get a job. Just turned 50. Looked for school. Went to school for computers, but now things are very different than what I learned in school. Yeah. I'm just going to call you Brooklyn. But Brooklyn, yeah, that's... It is... I almost want to say it's ever changing, but... One of the nice things, can I tell you one of the nice things about if you do choose to stick it out and just do Linux, right? Like I'm always telling you guys, like, hang out with Linux. I am 43 now, but a few years back, I remember I was 39. I was working on the NOAA project. And you say, how do you know you're 39? Because I became a grandfather, so I'm a pretty young grandfather. But anyway, so I remember that I was on this team of engineers at NOAA. There were a bunch of guys that did software engineering. There were a bunch of Linux engineers, and we were all kind of just mashed together as like the sysadmin. They just called sysadmins. But we were building this big NOAA project, and you can go look the project up if you want. It's been released to the public. It's called Dogwood and Cactus. It was the big NOAA supercomputer that's running workloads now for NOAA, and that's National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Agency, so NOAA, not NOAA like the Ark. Anyways, where I'm going with that is, real quick, just back to what Brooklyn said about being 50. I was the youngest guy on the team by probably about 15 years. If you averaged everybody on the team and took me out and then brought me back in at 39, I'd say that the average guy on that team was about 54 or 55. And what do I bring that up for? Because these guys had like 30, 40-year careers with Linux and Unix style systems. And the reason I bring that up is because a lot of this stuff hasn't changed that much. Yeah, the things that we do, but like I remember I was sitting with one of the guys, his name's Randy something, and real sharp software engineer, had been doing software engineering since the 70s, and I was watching him just compile some C++ and run these jobs across the cluster, like MPIO type things, seeing how fast the cluster responded and how fast things could pull out of the Lustre system we had, and just all this stuff, right? And he was just doing. I mean, it didn't matter. I mean, this guy was like late 60s. He had retired and came back. He was like late 60s, and he was just like, I mean, he was command line like anybody. Just this stuff doesn't change that much. My point in saying that, I think there's a lot of job stability in the Linux Unix side of the world. That's why you see so many like Unix admins with their suspenders and their big beards, and they've been doing it for 50 years because honestly, a lot of this stuff is the same, guys. So like, you still have to learn stuff and stay abreast of like the different pieces of technology, but like the base Linux system hasn't, I know Linux has only been around since the early 90s, but I'm saying the Unix system that predates it, a lot of this command line stuff is the exact effing same for like 50 years now. Anyways, Heather, I'm working on learning satellite. I'm going to take the exam in a few weeks. Nice. Heather, I don't know if you are in the Discord, but one of our guys down there, M-Pesa, he's pretty good with satellite, and he's a Red Hat architect. So if you guys don't know, there's a RHCSA and then RHCE, and then if you go take 5 other ones after that, you can be a Red Hat architect, and Pesa is one of those. So he's got some satellite experience. He and I ran satellite for AAA for a long time. So, anyways, all right. So we've got this part up. Let's keep going. Oh, and then again, I started to break this out and add pieces to this so I can start talking to this here in the future, the security stuff. But we're not doing it tonight. Because I'm not completely ready on that, but we'll get back around to that in the future. That was something I just said that I would tease a little bit here. All right, so let's look at this. So we've got Warewulf there. We've got the pieces there. If we want to do it from source, we could. It says to set up firewall D. We'll do that. We'll let firewall D work, and we'll make sure that the service is doing all the things that it should do. So. Firewall D is running. It's enabled, meaning it'll come up on reboot, so that's good. We should be able to do... I always forget my firewall command help, or my firewall commands, but I should be able to come in here, and I should be able to list my services, if there's any added services, and I should be able to see... where's the other one? List services, list all. I should be able to get... It's been a while. Man, they got a lot of stuff. Get zones. Get active zones. Yeah, get active zones. All right, so I should be able to see... Oops. Is it dash? Get active zones. So... There's my interfaces that are up. By the way, I turned off one of my interfaces, and I'll show you why I turned it off here in a second. But I also had this in the buffer, so list services. I should be able to see the services that are currently allowed right now into the system. Cockpit DHCP, DHCP version 6 as a client, NFS, SSH, TFTP, and Warewulf. All of those things are there so that Warewulf can do whatever it needs to do, right? All right. We're going to go set up our cluster for the parameters that I'm going to be allowing in this environment. So, okay, Etsy, Warewulf. And in here, internally, what's my network going to be? So Warewulf internal. And it says, ensure you set the appropriate, here are your defaults for reference, assuming 10.1 is the IP address of your cluster's private network interface. That's not the internal one. My internal IP address, if you remember from my mapping, is 192.168.200.0. But it looks like I need to set one, so I'm going to set this one to, we'll set this one to 250, we'll set this to 250/24. So that's going to be the internal interface that this one works on, right? Oh, I don't need to set /24 there because I'm going to set it here. So /24 is 255.255.255.0. And then the network for this is going to be 192.168.200.0. That's going to be the network for this. Warewulf, we're going to leave a default port. By the way, this is YAML, right? If I didn't know anything else about this, I would know it's YAML because it's all key value pairs and it's all indented, right? And you say, well, how do you know it's not something like JSON? JSON would have curly braces all over the place. It would still be key value pairs and lists, but they would be bracketed, right? Because you bracket all those, and there would be commas all over the place. I don't see any, so we know this is YAML, right? This is YAML anyways, but that's how you tell. Now, DHCP, enabled, true, yes. And then the range start has to be within this range, but it has to be safe things that this thing can give out from its DHCP pool. So in this case, it's going to be 192.168.200. Now, the IP address, I'm going to change this IP address real quick just to 25, right? Because that's what the internal IP address that I set was for this box, right? And that's what we're going to use, just because I think that's what they were going for here. Yeah, we'll leave that. All right. Range start is going to be 200 dot, and we're going to give our network here the ability to DHCP can function between 50 and let's give it 192.168.200. Let's give it an end of 99. So DHCP, the DHCP daemon, which is it came after boot P, is going to listen for hardware requests, a MAC address. As the system comes up, it is going to broadcast all Fs on the MAC address and say, help, I don't know who I am. And then this system will listen, and if it recognizes the MAC address, it'll give it a certain IP address if we want it to. We can define that later. But this will respond and give from this pool of addresses. And it will have appropriate leases and all those kind of things, and it'll do all that stuff itself. All right. TFTP is going to be enabled, varlib TFTP boot, and then we've got our iPXE network setup. We're not going to change any of that. NFS will be the same. We're going to export paths for home and opt, meaning that all the devices, if we want, can share the same home off of this box, which is awesome, because then we only have to set up home directories once, and then your home directories will be your home directory anywhere. So that's pretty cool. That's a good useful thing. Let's go look at our SSH. And keep looking here. SSH will allow these key types. We can take off DSA, right? We don't need DSA anymore. Maybe I'll just comment that out for now, right? And I'll just leave it there, but I'm going to comment it out. Container mounts, etsyresolve.conf, destination etsyresolve.conf. That's fine. Paths for all of our stuff. I'm okay with all of those going there, but if I needed to for like network, like if this was going to be a clustered 2-node Warewulf, management system, those might be pointed to some network system, and then then we jump between one or the other, controlling the cluster, those kind of things. But that's fine for now. I think that let's go read about it a little bit. We should be good here. Should be good. So escape : WQ. Let's say systemctl enable now Warewulf service, and let's see if that starts up okay. So that started. WWCTL is active now, so Warewulf can take, by the way, let's do this, ss-ntulp excuse me, grep-i for Warewulf. Let's just do an ss-ntulp and see what's being listened to in the box. By the way, we can go up and look because I've forgotten already. But what was Warewulf going to listen on? 9873. Do we see a 9873 here being listened to? Here we go. And it's the user WWCTL. So I could then go figure out stuff about this, right? lsof-i:9873, and then I can see how it was, started there. Here's the process ID for it, psef grep-i. We don't even need the -i. Go look at the process, systemctl status, Warewulf, right? So all these things are here for us to kind of look at. The same basic Linux stuff that I always show you guys are there no matter what tooling you're trying to set up in your environment, right? I'm kind of curious about this. df-h, how much space did that use in our environment? We have 4 gigs used. So what's started so far in our environment is not, there's not that much being used yet. And you say, well, why did you want to look at that? Well, because what's about to happen here in this environment is we're going to be able to pull down containers and configure those containers to then be used on our different servers. So we're going to start burning through a lot of disk space very quickly, right? We're going to have these overlays that are going to get mounted and then built, and machines are going to come up in our environment and they're going to pull their configurations from this box, assuming we build it all right. But so the base configurations are all going to stay here locally. I said earlier, I could have set them, if I had network shares and network storage, I could set all this to go there. But I don't have that on this box. In this environment, we don't have any of that cool stuff. So we're just running it local, right? This is lab stuff, guys. This is, you know, our home labs are never as big as the stuff that we can do elsewhere. So, all right, let's go look real quick. We got it up, and we can then say configure all. And this is going to set up all those things and break if we don't have things set up right. But it's going to turn on all the things that it's allowed to do. It's going to set up keys. So now when it builds boxes, it'll push keys over there for us. Everything should be running now. Like I should be able to see my NFS service. (2049). That's your NFS, right? I'm listening on both IPv4 and IPv6. This is the any IPv4 address, and this is the any IPv6 address right here. So there we go, right? We got all this stuff going. All right, so keep coming down, and then we can start to look at this. We can go grab a base node container image. So real quick, I want to show this again. df-h. We've got 40 gigs available right now. Let's pull down one of these container images of Rocky 9 and set it as the default in our environment, and let's see how much this container image uses inside of our Warewulf environment. By the way, this might take a few minutes to come down, but that's fine, right? We're just hanging out on a Friday, not working super hard. By the way, when I give my talk in a month, when we do our Linux group, I will be talking about like why engineering, and one of the things that I'm going to be talking about is kind of like this. Like, there's a lot of reading docs and going through and building stuff. And then as you do that, right, you're grabbing these things that are happening and the stuff that you're seeing, and you're going and you're throwing it out to your notes, right? I always have my notepad open, right? So notepad's sitting here. Have a notepad and say, actually, I think I already have one up for Warewulf build. That's a different one. Yeah, this was our Warewulf stuff. So now as I go to start building out my notes, I'll be grabbing stuff out of here and throwing it into here kind of as I go, right? So here's my Warewulf notes, and this is taking its time. Look, it's downloading, but it's taking its time. So while this is running, I'm going to go feed Ranger real quick. Ranger hasn't had food yet. So I'm going to go to my Ranger check here and go to my little hourglass. And we'll take a break for a minute. So if anybody wants to take a break, feed Ranger. So I'll take a quick break, come back. We'll keep working on this stuff. We should be able to keep this in the background so you guys can see it. But feel free to go take a break, and I will be back after I've fed Ranger some food. So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Ranger looks like he went to go grab his food. All right. That's good. Ranger will eat a little bit. I'll hang out here a little bit. We should be good. You've been looking at Dragon OS, Harvest? How's that? And by the way, Heather, I know you said that a while ago about working on satellite, but if you ever post in the Discord, you know, on the certification channel, if you ever say like, hey, I'm working on this, I can guarantee you somebody's probably taken, I know at least 2 people have taken that cert you're talking about. Well, I think there's a couple satellite ones, but I know Pessa passed both of them. And anyways, there's a good chance people will have advice in there if you ever need it. That's a big part of hanging out on Discord. You can talk to other like-minded people, you know. All right, well, keep taking your break if you guys need. We'll get started here again in a minute. Looks like that part of the setup worked. Yeah, Isobu. I forget which Python cert my brother was going for, but it's the PSEP. Or he's doing the first one. Whatever the first one is. So, let me move this out of the way. We're still on break, people, so feel free to keep taking a break if you want. Excuse me. Over here coughing every time I drink cold water. But anyways, this is I think he's taking, let me see, I'll tell you which one he's taking. Oh, he's taking this one. This one's like this. Look, I mean, I think most of you probably, if you've been doing this at all for any amount of time, probably at least have some experience with most of this. You know, the numeral systems operators. I think it shows you some things where I saw some of his practice test questions. It's like it shows you an array and then it slices the array and it asks you what number it would output or whatever. And you just have to know, like, oh, hey, this thing is stepping back 2 through the array. Or like if it's slicing, it's going to show, you know, 2 characters off the end all the way to the end, you know, for like slices and stuff of strings and like just like super simple stuff that you just have to spend a little time with to be able to pass. And I think that's what he's doing, but his company's paying for it. So yeah. Oh yeah. I think this is probably the one you're talking about. It's like $60. So I think his company paid for the full, you know, and then what, $71 if you want a single shot and a practice test, you know, whatever. You can get an exam with a retake. Boom. Anyways, that's what my brother's working on. And he's it's funny, he's doing it. He's already in the industry. He does data analytics and stuff, and he does stuff with Python now professionally, but he just wants to go and be able to put another little thing in there and say, hey, you know, I do have this. He's also working on his master's right now, but they on his master's degree, but they you know, there's no reason not to shore up the resume if that's what you're doing. You know, have your resume looking nice and succinct for, you know, if you ever leave. He's not, actually, it's funny, he's not going to leave his company because he's been there so long that he gets a pension in, I think, like 2 or 3 years. So he's going to stay with them, and then he's going to basically go start another career in his early 40s, you know, which I think is brilliant. By the way, I think I missed Savage Prey Gaming and Apollo Plays follows. Thanks for following, guys. I missed those. I apologize. But 31 seconds, we'll get back to it. I'll hop back up on stream here. And we'll get back to running this. See if we can't get some of this stuff working. Let's get out of there. All right. So let's configure a default node profile. All nodes share the same netmask and gateway configuration, so we can set them in a default profile. Okay. Then let's go ahead and do that. So wwctl profile set -y default. But we got to do a little thinking here. We always got to do a little thinking as engineers. This is one of the things I tell you guys all the time. Like, one of the things about being an engineer and a systems person in general or whatever is if this stuff just worked out of the box, the salesperson would set it up. They need us because we have to do some thinking around this. My net mask for my environment is not this. It's 255.255.255.0. And then my gateway for my environment for people to get out is 192.168.200.1. That's not even something that was in that other configuration. This gateway is what's given. This gateway is what's set in my. That's my C router's address. So actually, it's funny. Let me go look earlier. Let me look at this real quick. I want to make sure. Yeah, there was just the IP address of our network. Yeah, this is your cluster's network. Ah, that's our network interface. So I do need to set that to the .1. Okay, that's my bad. So let's go do that. Let's go fix that real quick. I read that wrong and I did that incorrectly. So I'm gonna go to the very top, and this IP address is not the IP address of this device. This is the IP address of the network interface, which is a .1. So now when I do that, I need to restart my Warewulf. You always got to restart a service if you're going to do that. And we'll just say restart. All right. Boom. There we go. Braga, hey, how's it going? That's your one weakness. All right. So we're setting up Warewulf. We're just hanging out today. And Braga, I was just talking about our brother Tom. So you guys that don't know, Braga is one of my moderators over on the Twitch side. And he's one of my brothers. But my other brother is finishing up his, like that PCEP certification we were just talking about. So he's doing Python stuff. All right. So we did this. We set that up. We set this to be our default gateway, which is what we wanted. And then we'll say wwctl profile list. And now it gives that we've got this default profile. And this is the profile that's automatically included for each node. And that is a Rocky 9 container image. Yeah, Brog, he's working on that. He did, what did he do this year so far? Well, like in the last year, so like rolling into last year, he's done his AWS Certified Cloud Practitioner. He's done his ITIL 4. And then now he's working on his PCEP just to do it. Just because they paid for it, you know? I mean, if they're going to pay for it, then you might as well. Let's set up and add. So adding nodes can be done while configurations with one command. Here we can set a default IP address, discoverable true, and then we can list that node out. Let's actually build a real node that's going to be in our environment, let's say. So we gave that. So let's go wwctl node add, and we'll call this, instead of N1, let's call this, let's just call this like lab disks 1. So this will be our lab disks 01, right? We'll just give it 2 characters so it's there. So lab disks 01, and then the IP address is going to be, for this one, is 192.168.200. Let's just give him something out of the way. Name's supposed to be unique, or man, just some dot notation. That's fine. Here we set them to be discoverable by the hardware. Okay, good. So then 200 dot, let's give him, what did we say the whole network was? 50 to whatever. So we'll make him 51, right? And then discoverable equals true. Discoverable equals true. Good. All right. So it added this device. And then we can go look at it. wwtl node list -a lab disks 01. And then here's a bunch of information. I've been digging in a lot on this. If I showed you some of my other windows, I have a lot of these where I've been setting these and building these. So you go in and you exec into the profile and build it, and then you reboot your nodes and they go and they pull their new configurations and stuff. So that's kind of a thing that I've been doing some. Okay. So we've got this. We've got the lab disk SO1 defaults to Rocky 9 or Rocky Linux 9. That's fine. And we don't have yet its MAC address. So we're going to get the MAC address here in a little bit because I'm going to be building those from the... We're going to switch over here after doing this for a little bit. Let's... Right, so this will be Warewulf. And then this part here will be our... Right, so this will be our Ansible deployer for lab. So I'll have these two different windows for the different things I'm doing. And I do this often in the engineering space. I'll be connected into like a jump box, and I will keep across the bottom the different things that I'm doing in my different windows, and you can name the windows. You can use, and I don't know all the commands in tmux. In fact, I don't know anything about tmux except it's like Control BB or something instead of Control AB, right? So Control A is what I use in screen, and then everybody else has moved on to use tmux, but I still use screen because, you know, it just works for me. So all right, we got this part done. So now we can turn on our compute node and watch it boot. That would be well, let's give that a try in our environment. We're gonna see if we were to just stand something up out here, will it be able to configure itself? So we'll come here, and we're gonna do a new virtual machine. And this virtual machine, we're going to make it as close as we can to that. So we're going to do rel 8, even though it's a rel 9 4 box. And we're going to call this guy, lab disks 01, just for now. And we are going to boot him from the network. We're going to let him boot off the network, which will mean he'll come up and he'll ask the network that he's on, hey, can you help me out, buddy? And it'll try to do it for it. That's fine. We're going to go ahead and place the VM on this server with plenty of RAM. And we're going to give him 2 cores and 4 gigs. That's fine. GPUs, we don't have any GPUs in this at this time. We're going to give him this virtual disk, and we'll add another 20 gigs to it. Okay. And then we'll say next. And the other devices, I don't want any of these other networks on here besides my lab internal one. I only want to come up on the one network. So I have multiple networks in this environment, and well, there's 2 really. And they can straddle both. Like I could be in the 192.168.11 network if I wanted, but I don't want this network. I don't want this device to be able to do that. That's how when the Warewulf one came up, it came up and it got an IP address in both networks. I don't want it to do that. Well, I assigned it the one in the 200. Now it is the only DHCP service in the 192.168.200 network. So if this box comes up and tries to talk to something in there, it's going to get set up by Warewulf. That's the goal. Or it fantastically breaks all over the place, and then we just have to start over, right? Start the VM automatically. Perfect. Create it now. All right, so we'll go watch that box. What did I call it? Where's he at? What the hell just happened? He's going to pop up here in a second, and then we'll go watch him on the console, right? So where's he at? Lab disks, console. He's going to try to boot off the network, right? And if he can boot off the network, he's going to get picked up by this device. He'll get a DHCP address, and he talked to the server 192.168.200.25, which is that device right there. And then now he's trying to boot a kernel image. There was an error. It's understandable. So he's trying to talk to the wrong 192.168.200.1 is supposed to be the network, so that's incorrect. And he can't grab that, and that's probably my fault. You know what's funny? I'm pretty sure I was right the first time, and pretty sure I just broke it when I set it the other way. Because see how this tried to go to 1 there? I bet this is the network. I'm a dummy. Guys, I'm a dummy. Don't let me... Oh. We'll restart Warewulf. Have this thing grab that, try to talk to the device, and there it goes. Now it's downloading the kernel image from the .25. You guys see that? I did all that to test you guys. Oh, no, it broke again. But now it's at least going to the .25. You guys see that? It's looking for the container image on the .25, which at least is right. It knows now that it should be a Rocky 9 image. It should be pulling down from 9873. So we're going to give it a second to reboot. That's there. Our firewall D is open for that. Where's our firewall? List services. Warewulf is there. If you ever need to, you can go look at the services. Where are those services at? Varlib something. I don't know. We'll go find it later. Hold on. How are you gonna boot? Or are you gonna error? Hold on. No such file or directory. So the container image, to provision that, is definitely there. By the way, we only used 1.5 gigs for that container image. That was the thing that we were looking at earlier. We were trying to figure out how long was it gonna, what's the usage of one node. Still getting an error, so opt and home are there from anybody here can mount them. How do we show TFTP? TFTP from Etsy services. So TFTP is going to be 69, right? Oh, oops. Do we see that port open? There's 69. It's listening to anybody. It's listening to any service that wants to connect from UDP. So that should allow TFTP. But then, is there something wrong with the provisioning? Did I? We definitely downloaded that and set as the default. Gateway should still be that. That's still the gateway of the network. So we added notes. We built everything. Everything's up. We just need to figure out why this thing's not pulling. Oh, no, it's pulling it now. All right, so now it's down. What? It was downloading the kernel image, but the container image has failed. No such file or directory. We've got some error stuff here. We're not doing any container stuff yet, so we don't need any container management. Although we did already get the one container we needed. Don't need any of that. We can make changes. I actually do this quite a bit, where I go in and I change things if I need to. I don't need to change any of that right now. Not using Aptainer yet, but I do need to get in there and dig some of that stuff out too. So where is, hold on, let's go to the installation, Rocky. We've done all these pieces. Let's see. Is TFTP on there? It is. Okay, so TFTP is on there. So that's listening. It's not being stopped by anything. Hold on. Did I... He's not grabbing. Hold on. The box is... He's just whatever MAC address I gave him. But I believe I could set how I wanted him to pull. Let's see if we can do that here. This guy here, we're going to just force the shutdown real quick. Force shutdown real quick. While that's going, eat some of this candy my wife left me when she went on her little girls trip. I know I shouldn't eat candy on stream, but I'm doing it. Go change his properties of his Mac. Let's set these. There we go. Now I'll start them up. Maybe. So that's good. It would want to discover him, so we're gonna make him real quick. Yeah, so we're setting up Warewulf Mint. We're doing it is a way to manage big clusters, and I'm kind of messing around with it and giving it the ability to kind of build. Let's try this. Hold on real quick. Lab this 2. Let's call this one 2. And we'll give him 52. And we'll make him discoverable true. And then we'll reboot this box. Yeah, so we're just setting this up in the home lab. It is free and open source. Yeah. Yep. It is, and it's been used in more and more government projects. I've been on this for the last couple months at work, although I've been mostly sticking my head down and doing stigging. Warewulf comes from a company called CIQ, and CIQ does Aptainer, bunch of things. So it's, and look, some people have problems. People have problems with everything free, but people don't like Warewulf, or people don't like Rocky Linux because Rocky Linux is owned by the foundation behind CIQ. So they're like, well, it could go the same way as CentOS 7, and it's like, well, I guess any open source software with somebody owning it can go that way. You know, that it is what it is. Let's see if we can get this box to boot real quick. Hold on. So now it's trying. So look, even though it now has, it's going as lab disk 2 with the new Mac, but it's still giving an error of no such file or directory. So I got to figure out why my provision is not working. Warlib. Where is provision? I don't see it in here. So see if anybody else had this problem. That's one of those things. We're getting a no provision directory. Let's see. See what people are saying on GitHub. See, I can set a hardware address. That's what I want to do going forward. Yeah. So they're getting the same error that I'm. That's my fault. So I didn't do the W overlay build. That's probably part of it. Warewulf config file looks like that. Node list looks like that. You almost always have somebody linking it to something else. So I'll go look at that. There we go. Is there variable naming to use valid characters? But I think that this is actually part of it right here. Because normally when I do this, I do have to build my overlay the first time. You typically do have to do that. See how it actually went and built these in the provisioning overlays now? That was my fault. So that's what I did. But Alma's owned by Alma. Yeah, Mint, I forget. Some people have chosen Alma because they dislike this one for this exact reason. But CIQ is a pretty well established, like, I mean, I've used them with some of the projects that I've been consulting on. They have these guys as like their vendor, selling them professional services and stuff. So like, there's all kinds of stuff. I've seen all kinds of cool stuff go on with Warewulf Mint. So what I'm trying to do, I had not done that part. So now let's see if my node builds, because now it's got its provisioned overlay. So let's go ahead and restart this. Let this lab disk, and by the way, we're gonna rename him because we'll just call him O2 for now. But now I know that I can change his name whenever I want. So I can change his name in here whenever I want. Come on, reboot. What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Now he's gonna come up. He's gonna ask on the network again, and oh shoot, oh hold on, where's he at? Right here. What will this force us reboot? Force reboot. When he comes up on the network, he asks, with a Mac broadcast, which is all F's in the Mac, and the only device that should respond is the one DHCP server, and that DHCP server responds with always the base information: what IP address you're going to get, what net mask you have, and then the default gateway. You need those three pieces of information. Alternatively, it can choose to give, let's see, download something. Well, I got here before, it was the next part, but it alternatively can give, still erroring out. I wonder if I shouldn't be giving it that underscore in the name, because they mentioned They mentioned characters. Let's try. We always I will always bypass a problem if I can, rather than sit around and try to dick around with it. So we'll do 1. We'll move it back to 1, but now there's no longer that space. We'll say discoverable true, and we'll delete those other nodes. We'll figure out how to delete those other nodes later. We'll come back to his networking. We'll turn them off. Whoops. Nope, force shutdown. Force shutdown. And we're going to change his network. Can't change his network while he's live, so you can't do that. So we'll just change this back to. It doesn't really matter. They just have to be hex characters. Whoops, can't be R. Hex is 0 through 9 and then A through F, right? Because it's 0 through 15, so it's 16 possible states of nature, right? So let's start. Oops, hold on. There we go. So now we've got this new lab disk one, and we should be able to node delete, node del, I think, the other lab disks. Yep, and 2. Get rid of them. Yep, and then we should be able to list. Oh, I think we still need to overlay build. Lab disks 1. Okay, there we go. And then now this node should pop up, hopefully. And we at least have the communication happening between these. For FAC, yeah. So now it's booting. It's got the right name. We've got the overlay. Let's go ahead and reboot this box again. Should be good. You can also set the individual things in there once you've got the boxes up and running. You can set different values about the box. So over here. Back when I was here, where's it at? When I was looking at this one node, lab disk. Right, I can go and I can look at it, and now there's its hardware address that was discovered. So that's really cool. Or I could set the hardware address that I now know as well. But there it is as it comes up. There it is. Yep, 4FAC. That's just some MAC address that I made for it. It's found out who it should be. Lab disk 01. And then it'll come up. And then what we'll do is we will be able to connect to these. Man. We definitely have. All right, get rid of everything. Rebuild the overlays. There's the one overlay. The system should now, unless there's something else going on, unless I need to set this, it's downloading its kernel image. So the container is not found. It's finding the device. It's finding that stage file, but it's not finding container. So we see that something changed, but I'm well past this. So that shouldn't change anything. That shouldn't break anything. Alright. It's gonna keep going and grabbing for that. See if somebody's seen something similar to this. Similar. All the same stuff similar. Alright. I don't need any kernel overrides right now, that's fine. I don't think I need... Let's go to container management and see if we're missing something. It's fine. It's my one container. I can exec in there if I need to, but I don't need to just yet. What's going on here? Why is it trying to find? I don't know why it's trying to find. Let's go look at the Warewulf config again. Maybe. I don't know why it's trying to pull a different... See, I shouldn't have to use a container separate. Plus, I already have at least the one. Rocky 9. I want to make changes inside the container if we need to. That's not that big of a deal, but Yeah, man, you can do a lot of stuff inside of here. It's actually pretty useful. I just haven't set this up from scratch. I know I can get in there, right? And then I can edit the image if I want to. And when I leave, if I even touch like a temp, some file, I know this will rebuild when I exit, right? So it'll rebuild the container. It'll do all that stuff. But that I shouldn't have had to do that. See, now that's gonna really bug me if I had to go into there and have it do that just to build that. Because that looks like it's gonna piss me off. If this now just grabs it, that's gonna be pretty annoying. Because it's gonna get the first part, the kernel part, but then is it gonna get the container part? Because the container just got built from the compressed image. It looks like it's doing it. Engineering Scott is not happy because in the set. So look, why am I not happy? Because look at where I had to go to find that. I had to go down into container management, not in initial setup, right? And it's like, this is what I always tell you guys about like things being barriers to entry. If you were trying to set this up and you had never done any of this stuff before, you might just conclude, hey, I'm an idiot, I can't do this, and you might just walk away and go do something else. Which is actually what I was thinking of doing. But my point is, like, but then I had to go find it somewhere else in the documentation. And then, look, all I had to do was go into the container, exec into the container that we already had, just change a file. By the way, I could have added packages. I could have done all kinds of things to this service and built this as its own image that could then be deployed. But, hold on, look. And then, like, one of the things that we could do in the future is, like, if on a Saturday we're doing our Linux group, if I wanted to push this to all of you, or I could push this to the whole environment and say, okay, guys, hop on a server. Everybody can just get in one server through Guacamole. Everybody can get in one server, and then we could, like, do a lab or something. And then when I'm done, I can just blow it away. Yeah, another Saturday, but not this Saturday. Yeah, that's true. When you have to dig that deep in documentation, it's a hack. Yeah, like, I knew how to do this stuff because I've been doing this stuff at work when I've been stigging boxes. In fact, I go into the environment like this, and I run a lot of the stig fixes, the scripts, and then I go and when I do that, any change that you make, it'll detect, but if you exit without a detect, it won't rebuild. But it just rebuilt, and then now it's pulling the damn thing. And so for anybody that's tracking, or if you're like, Scott, break it down and make it a little easier for me, I will. This is what happened. We downloaded it, and we went through all the steps, and we got the container image. But the container image only did this first part, which was the kernel image. Once I went in there and just made a tiny little change, we did overlay builds, we did all the stuff we saw. Then we went into the container, and we just messed with it just one little way. We just touched a file, and it rebuilt everything, and now it's working. Morrison, you didn't miss anything. We've been doing some Bastion stuff. We've been doing a build out in the home lab of Warewulf. So Warewulf's a pretty cool little tool by CIQ. And when I say cool, like, it can manage hundreds and maybe even tens of thousands of containers in an environment. It's building a box for us right now. And then we're going to go SSH into that box and go play with it. And then what I can start to do is I can start to build different containers inside of this so that we can have lab environments. So let's say this weekend, and then again, as Mint said, not this weekend though, or as Cypher Enigma said, not this weekend. It'll be a weekend, not this weekend. I could say, hey guys, I went and built a simple little CTF environment. Hey Robodom, how's it going? I'll say like, hey, I built a little CTF environment, capture the flag, and you guys go hop in there, figure out, and then as you drop in, maybe I've got a banner message of the day that gives you your tasks, and then you come and you give me whatever information at the end, and you report it back into the Discord or something. It'll be like like some kind of Easter egg thing, and I'll be like, hey, the first 3 people that respond, the first 3 people that maybe get me a response will get like a humble bundle or something, like I'll go buy them a humble bundle or something. I think that would be a fun little thing for people, but this gives me the ability to kind of do that. Here we go. It's booting up. Let's see. There was a failure on the hard disk, not bootable. So that's interesting. Let's see if this can. So now it looks like we're in a boot loop, but let's see if it's. So it's possible there's something else going on, but let's go check, make sure this box has a disk. It's got a 20 gig disk, so that should be big enough for this. Yeah, Mint. I think people like capture the flags because I think they're like just challenging enough without being too crazy. This looks like it errored and came back around again. So we now we're past the provision part, but now we're. This is like, have any of you ever fixed a tire? Like you had a bike and you had like an inner tube and you've had to patch your inner tubes. I know growing up I had to patch my inner tubes as a kid. So one of the things you find when you patch an inner tube, has anybody ever done it? No? If you don't know how, what you do is you fill the inner tube up and you'll start to hear it leak as you fill it up. And then you go get a basin of water, like a sink or something. You fill that up a little bit. It only needs to be like this deep. And you stuff the inner tube down in there until you find where the air's coming out, right? Then you have to scrub that and you do whatever and you... Well, Rob, no, I'm talking like on your bike, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, as an adult, you just call AAA. But then you scrub it a little bit and make it abrasive, and then you put the patch in the glue. But what happens immediately when you do that and you let it dry is you go keep putting it down in there and you find the next one and you're like... That's what it is in engineering, too. It's like, I found that problem, guys, but now I think we're going to spin on this. So now, soapy water is even better because it bubbles, right? Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. And actually, you could just put it in the soapy water and then it'll bubble out. Yeah, that's even better. But I used to just hold them under the water because I wasn't so bright. But I could see where the next most important thing is, and that's how it goes with engineering like this. Is like we're building out the lab. We know where we want to go, right? We have this idea in our head, right? This is where we want to go. And I've shown you guys this before, but let me pull this up because while I don't necessarily like the name of this talk, I did do this for my college students long ago, and I hate the name of it because people are always like, oh, I want to be a hacker man, right? But that's not the point of this. The point of this is we get down here, and this is something I often tell people. Like, everybody thinks that like hacking means getting into systems, but it doesn't. Hacking has nothing to do with getting into systems. Hacking is a subset of engineering. It's we plan things and we document things, and then in between, like when I plan and get into a meeting with my project managers and whoever, my boss and whoever, we plan out the things that Scott needs to do, and then I build it, and it just looks like I just look like a madman building it, and I'm insane. And then when I'm done, I document it all from my documentation that I've been keeping, right? Like I've been pulling all this stuff. And I go and I find all the places where there were errors and all the places that were broken. And then when I'm done, there is a good deployable artifact that can go anywhere in the company and it works. And that's what I tell people all the time. Like, people think hacking is like getting into systems. It's not. Hacking is a process of using inputs against the system to see what the outputs are and then controlling the system. Yeah. So anyways, that's a thing. Get this out of the way. All right. Let's get that out of the way. We got all kinds of talks we can do around here, but for us right now, this is the next problem. Why is this going to here and then failing? Is the image too big? Is what's keeping this after downloading this compression compress.gz? What's keeping this from coming up, right? And Jose Sosa, hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Thanks for the happy Friday over on the YouTube side. It's always good. Yeah, we just hang out on Fridays. All right, hold on. So it's downloading. It's gotten everything. Can it boot? Can it boot? The boot kernel is pretty basic. That's a real basic little boot kernel. Also, interestingly enough, hold on. It said F12 for the boot menu, didn't it? Hold on. So I don't need to grab this again. We've already downloaded it, right? Like, it shouldn't have to keep re-downloading this. So let's go ahead. Let's restart this real quick. Force reboot. And I'm going to hit F12 on this when it comes up. This is a tool, by the way, if you guys haven't seen this. This is XCPNG. It's just another virtualization tool that you can use for free in your home lab. A lot of people prefer Proxmox. You know, however you guys want to do it. It's all good. My career on not documenting things as well as I should. I was a consultant. Oh, hold on. Oh, I missed it. I still can't read the disk though. That's not the way this should work. Let's go see if we'll let this spin for a second over here, and we'll pop up over here. By the way, when you guys watch me work, you guys only see me on one. Like you only see me on one screen because I only have one screen active. But I've got two other screens. I've got three big screens in front of me, and I don't work on such a small screen. I don't have to move things nearly as much, but I do have to when I'm presenting to you guys, because I always do everything off this one screen. I don't show you guys all the screens in the environment. I think it would be too much of a mess. But hold on, boot loop, iPixie on. See if anybody else has seen. A little bit different. It's a little bit different problem already because he's using BMC. But hold on. So I might need to do. It's WWCTL now, but that's still an older command. I noticed here, it's trying to use this other Mac. So it's this, but it's using the 4F AC Mac from the other one. I don't think that's what it's on right now. Oh no, it's still okay. It is on that. Okay. I changed it back. All right. I thought it was trying to use the wrong one, and I was gonna have to change it there. Okay, that's not what it is then. So I thought that was promising. We're not Arch 64. We're on an x86. Problem diagnosis. I don't see anything there. All right. Our next thing then is this. I guess it doesn't matter where we did it from. Let's see if we get an error over here. We're definitely seeing on this side that it's pulling everything down, but then we're getting a weird... Now, I will get out of here. Control Enter to exit that. Get out of there. That was way too big. That was way too messy. It's that I only have a second on the terminal, and you can't go back in a console. This is one of the reasons the console is so annoying, is when this reboots, I only have like half a second to hit F12 if I want to. But I want to see why this isn't going to... It's downloading the thing, but why is it not able to start? And we only see it for about a second when the thing goes. So give it a second here. It's still running. It's going to get to the end. It's going to do one more of these, and then it's going to boot. And it's going to tell us there's an error that I see for about half a second. Actually, I'm going to do something here. When I see the error, I'm going to capture it real quick. It's probably going to freeze my screen for a second. It's going to be right after this. It's trying to boot. And then it's going to fail. Well, if it fails again. Come on, fail. Right, there we go. All right. So there we go. That's what whoops. That's what it said for that half a second. It said boot device hard disk failure, disk not bootable. F12 for boot menu. Device CD-ROM failure, so we know that that wasn't going to work. Wonder if I have an iPixie older version that might not work with this. We see that it's fine. It's grabbing the stuff now, so we're past that other problem, which is always good. All right, we'll let this keep spinning over here. Again, I don't normally have to move stuff around this much. It's just when I'm doing this here. Hold on. I don't want... Oh no, they're going to charge me. I bet I have to change and use... I bet because I'm using an older... Hold on. Let's force this box down. Force shut down for now. When I set this box up, I set a... Yeah, I set an iPixie. Well, I didn't actually set it. I let it be what it was set to. So let's go look at... Who order all that. So when I first set BIOS boot. Do all those things. I mean, obviously that's first, and then disk drive isn't even there. Well, DVD drive could be there in some instances, I guess. But that's not... We don't change all that crap. Network was always first. And... Nothing special there. We're on the nice... We're on the right network. But I wonder if... Just for fun... We're going to set one more thing again. Because we got past that other problem, but we didn't look at this again. Where's he at? We didn't change this again. So... Yeah, but it's pulling everything down, so I don't know why. I don't think we should have to rechange these. We definitely don't want to be ARM64 because we're not that. And then UDI only for KPixie. I don't think we need that. We're on iPixie. So, I mean, I guess any of these would work. But I don't think we necessarily should have to do that. So, 0007, right? And then boot this guy up. I still don't think we should have to do that, but... I don't know. Oh, by the way. What's going on here, network? I do not know what's going on with my network here. I am for sure 100% not in control of this terminal over here anymore. All right. I'm not in control of this terminal. I'm just gonna give it time to think, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what my server's doing, but I have no control over this. So no, it's the terminal's just hosed. All right, there we go. It's back. Yeah, I was in a completely locked terminal. Let's just make a new one. We'll just say this can be. We'll make him 2, and he'll be discoverable. So he'll come up here in a second and discover on the DHCP as lab disk 2. So we'll see him as the right disk. Hopefully, yeah. Here's lab disk 2. But I mean, should it really matter if it's downloading everything? I mean, we're gonna give it a fighter's chance, I guess. So we're on lab disk 2 now. It's found it. If I were to look at the nodes, I think it's a node list. There's my 2, right? And then node -A for. There's all the information about that node. And there's its 007, which I don't know, maybe makes it grab the, I don't know, something. We'll find out. And then 3name6 is the error message coming from UEFI. I'm not sure. It's happening so fast that this was the only thing I had to see what was happening. Just boot device hard disk failure, CD-ROM failure, and then trying to boot off the network is success, but then at the end there's an error that's causing it to reboot, and I'm not seeing what that error is on either side. Like, I should be able to see if there's an error causing this. I don't know why this is not coming up all the way. So give it another second, see if we can see it. Now, while that's going, well, we'll leave this. The Ansible deployer part is going to push. So see how we built the lab disk 2 by hand? Like I went and I built it by hand. I've got an Ansible module for provisioning nodes inside of XCP-ng, so I can just deploy a bunch of nodes, give them MAC addresses, and the MAC addresses will automatically, as long as I have it all assigned inside of Warewulf, it'll automatically build the machines as the machines that they should be. So that'll be nicer than me managing that myself. I was trying to manage that myself, and that was just a nightmare. I have, if you look at some of these real quick, hold on. I mean, that probably looks like a nightmare to you, and that is a nightmare. The template and the Mac and how I was building it, that's too much of a hassle right there. Now, I'm still going to use something like this, but it'll all be managed inside of Warewulf when I get Warewulf working right. Let's go back over here and watch this do its piece. All right, I'm going to eat some more of these little milk duds here while we're waiting. Yeah, Robdom, you got to be patient with some of this stuff. Gen Evolution said, I dealt with a similar issue using MAS. That's some kind of as a service, but I'm not sure. Is that machine as a service? Took forever to get to work correctly with VMs when I tried to fix it. Yeah, this is just one of these little things where, like, if I was doing this at work, I would be kicking these off, and then I would be looking at other things while these were running. It's just because we're sitting here. So it's trying to boot the kernel right here. So it should be coming up. initRD runtime, initRD system. I have a feeling. So if this fails right here, right? If this breaks and doesn't come up, it's so broken it didn't come up. I think then we need to go work on some of the kernel parameters. So we had all these kernel parameters that it just tried to boot right from the network after it had downloaded this, and that obviously failed. Now, one of the annoying things about a terminal is I can't go look up, right? Can't go up and look. Capacity happens to work. Yeah, so I will, when I'm doing stuff like this, I'll go do other stuff. I'll be, knocking out tickets if there's tickets in our queue, whatever. Here's my kernel args. Let me see. So I can set different kernel args. Let's see if I got those captured. I don't have those captured, so I actually I don't care about this boot problem anymore. I want this one now. Because these kernel args right here, I don't know if those are the ones that I want to boot this machine, right? So let me get rid of that so it's out of the way. But let me go throw these over here. And you might say, why are you grabbing it as a picture? Well, because you can't pull stuff out of a console. That's one of the reasons we don't use consoles as much as we can. If we can get in like this, I can copy all this, go throw it in my notes. Consoles are notoriously bad at that kind of stuff. You don't have access to do that. So that's why I tell you, whenever possible, your console is when you can't get access over the network. This is, this is where you want to be, because I can grab this, go throw it in my notes, say, hey, it's going to take 20 minutes, go grab yourself lunch or something, as my engineers are building something. We are not. All right, so let's go look at kernel parameters. I know that's part of this. So let's go look over here, and there should be some kernel. Oh, that's a lot. So we can override kernel stuff if we want. We can see our kernel name list. Well, that's interesting. We don't see. We specify a kernel for a container if it doesn't include its own kernel, or if you want to override, you can. Now, I shouldn't have to, because when I do, it should have, there's a kernel version there, 5.14. And lest you say, well, what if 5.14 doesn't work with XCPNG? I'm pretty sure that's, 5.14, that's the kernel version of Warewulf, because we're using 9.4. So we're using Rocky 9 Linux across the board. It's all about the same. It's all sensitive data. Copy paste into GPT and ask it to OCR it for you, and then solve the case. Can't solve it, at least you can now copy paste. Interesting. Mint, I had never even thought about that. That's actually pretty smart. It's funny. I haven't used any Chat GPT or anything like that in any of my day-to-day administration. I know a lot of my engineering buddies are, but I have not done any of that. All right, it's going to find the right kernel, it says. There's kernel overrides. I know how to do that stuff. Let's see if we got the node names, we got the node list, we can list everything about it. And then there's our kernel args, right? We can go change stuff about the kernel args if we need to. We got the container. So another thing that we can do, another test here, is get like Rocky 8 or something, some older version, which is fine. I mean, look, when you're trying to exonerate things in a system, we know Warewulf works now. We know that we're building the overlays and getting them to the system, but the system won't boot 9 for some reason. Who knows why? We can bypass the problem. We try to put 8 on it. See if 8 works. If 8 works, then we've got a problem with that 9. We're bypassing the problem for now, right? And this is one of these things that I do often. Use GPT for OCR partially for real. I think that's partially for real. Yeah. I don't need to kernel override any of that stuff. None of that stuff should matter. Node network is up, so I don't have to send any of that stuff. Node discovery is up. I do like that you can undef information about a node, so I like that. So I can undef the whole node and then restart it, so that would save me problems how I've been renaming these nodes or whatever. But no, that's not what we want. We want... Set different profiles, that's fine. I don't care about that. We can override profiles, don't care about that right now. We want to get one working first. We made this overlay earlier, and I wonder if... Where's it at? I guess we can just... So built the overlay for all of the different ones that we have. It's built the one for that one. That one should, I mean, it should already have it though, so that shouldn't be a problem. I want to find the kernel parameter stuff. Alright, so if we see kernel here, and we know that it goes through iPixie and then kernel, it's possible we've gotten past the iPixie problem. Now we got to figure out why system overlay and runtime aren't working. So, a bunch of IPMI stuff that we can have. Okay, we're not worried about that right now. I wonder if, so I'm thinking right now, we shouldn't need a scratch file system. The node should just boot, but I don't care about any of that right now. All fine. It's all fine. We'll play with that after we get the first one up. Right? All these cool configuration things we can do later. The first part is getting the stuff up. Get it working the first time. But why is the disk management? Maybe the network's not super stable. That shouldn't be that big of a deal. It's still downloading, so it's fine. You know, what's interesting is there's commands here that look different than what we did earlier. Oh, it's alright. Those are alright. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely grabbing the image, but then it's not properly starting. Press up a whole bunch till I find this command I want. We got overlay build. We did all that stuff. Lab disk 2. That's the one that we're on now. His disk. I wonder if there's something going on. So you've got system overlay here. Runtime overlay is generic. I wonder if there's something going on with it. That typematic rate is so slow. Are you talking about it in the console over here? Yeah, consoles are always non-optimal. Yeah. You never want to be working on a console if you can avoid it. We're just building this for the first time. So we're watching one of our boxes not boot properly. Or, well, constantly not boot properly. I think I'm going to change these kernel args for Rel 9. Or for Rocky 9. So I'm going to override these. Let me... let's see if we can just find... We could do kernel overrides, but that's not what we need. That's not what we need either. What's going on here? So we know that it's downloading everything, but it's just not doing Rocky 9 Werewolf. Yeah, Warewulf is the name of the provisioner that we're using, and then Rocky 9 is just the you know, the CentOS 7 or the CentOS fork, not CentOS 7 specifically, but the CentOS fork. I'm just wondering if there's some limitation here. Well, there's also, hold on. Just memory. Well, we gave it 4 gigs. That should be enough. And CPUs, we gave it at least 2 CPUs. I would think that'd be enough to boot one of these guys. Huh. We got the networking all right. I don't see any problems with any of this other stuff except maybe the kernel arguments. But the kernel arguments are the default, so I would have thought that those would have at least came out of the box working. Let's look at the system overlay. What is that? Let's see what it matters. Just for fun. Make sure that's right. Yeah, those are all right. Yeah, I don't see anything, nothing popping up here, nothing going there. It's just this node pulling down this damn image. Alright, we're gonna go around the problem. We're gonna see if we pull down a different version, does it change? Pull down 8. This will give us 8 here. We'll download 8 and see what's going on. We're pulling it all down. We won't set this to the default, but we'll set this as the image on one of them. Boruto fan, I am, fun fact about that name. I am working on a tool called Warewulf, building it out in my home lab, and then I am trying to get a system to deploy from it with Rocky 9, and that was not working. So now we're going to drop back to Rocky 8, see if that works. The thing about Boruto fan is I watched all of Naruto Shippuden a few years back. Took like over a year to watch all that because there was so much. And then I saw that Boruto at the time had like 175 episodes, and I was like, I can't do any more of this Naruto. So I've never watched any of the Boruto stuff. I've only seen like memes of it and stuff, but I never got into it, man. I just couldn't do it. You know, the third, what was it? The third Ninja War. Like 400 episodes for 2 days worth of the show, and I was just like, oh, I literally can't do any more. Can't do any more of it. It was fun. I couldn't do any Boruto. So, anyways, that's you didn't ask for it, but I'm gonna give you that. All right, let's we're gonna get this, and then I'll show you guys how we can set the container image here in a second on the node. We can tell the node to use a very specific container image. Here in a second, I'll set that. Yeah, Robodom, it's hundreds now. It's hundreds. I couldn't watch it, Boruto. I literally couldn't even. Like, I had watched all the Naruto and I've seen all the stuff, but then I got to that last one and I couldn't. I was like, I can't. There. Let's build it. Hold on. Let's do overlay build Rocky 8. So whatever. We'll just overlay build for all those ones that are there. But by the way, that didn't overlay build. That didn't do that. We got to do it like this. Remember we had to do this so it would see it. Kind of this annoying. We're gonna go into our Rocky 8 like this. And now we're in there, right? Cat Etsy. This is the container. We can see that we're on 8. And we're just going to touch temp some file. Doesn't matter. And now when we exit, it's going to build that whole thing. Then we're going to set that to this node. So where's my little notes over here? Hold on. So we're going to do a node. Well, we're going to do a node list. By the way, real quick, df-h. That one. Remember the other one took only like a gig and a half. Now that one took like another 5 gigs. So that's quite a bit more space used now. But anyways, let's do wwctl node list. And we've got this one node with the default profile. And we're going to say wwctl node set container. And we're going to point it at that container Rocky 8, because it's at the default now, but we're going to set it to Rocky 8. And then that's going to be for lab disks 02, right? Sure you want to modify? Yes. And we'll go look at this real quick. Node list. There is node list -a lab disks 02. And now he should be set to the Rocky 8. And then we will see that, hopefully. Let's see, all overlays are going to build. That overlay should build now for that one. Let me see. Yeah, if I do an overlay build for that node, which is lab disks 02, it'll go and it'll build that overlay that it needs. And then now, when we see this one boot up, let's just go ahead and give it the old hard reset. This should now pull 8. We should see it try to pull 8. Set troll name. Whenever you're free, give a brief description of your background. Just look for more technology, physics channels to follow. Yeah, Burrito, I am a Linux engineer. I work in the high performance compute space. I've been doing this for a little over 20 years. And then I've been teaching it at the college level for about 16 years. It'll be 16 years in December. I teach people everything. See there, it's at Rocky 8 now, so that's good. I teach people all this stuff. I show people how to do it. I teach networking, I teach security, I teach all that stuff. On stream, I sometimes sit around and teach. Sometimes on Fridays we just hang out, which is what we're doing now. So I'm not really trying to teach anything. I'm just kind of hanging out in my lab building stuff and trying to build stuff. I also play Brotato some and sometimes Mechabellum. Got my handy little closed captioning, which is actually just a freaking PowerPoint. PowerPoint does pretty good at just figuring stuff out, but sometimes it goes off the rail, but for the most part it's pretty good. We run a professional Linux users group. That is a free thing for anybody that wants to hang out and do professional Linux type stuff. The goal of that group is to take people from being hobbyists. Most people that hang out and do this stuff are hobbyists. And we try to make you into professionals in that space. Well, nobody can make you do anything. You got to want to do it yourself. So that's like my little spiel about like our group and kind of who we are. I just hop on stream because that's a thing that I think is important. Getting you guys in there, getting you guys, like letting you see that you guys can do this stuff if you want to. And then, you know, again, sometimes it's just messing around, checking on Ranger Dog. Look at Ranger. He had dinner already, so he's good. I'll go give him a treat here in a little bit because it is quite hot in Phoenix. What are we at? 100 and... I didn't even have to see it to know it was 100, but let's see what it is. We're at 113 in Phoenix right now, so that's pretty brutal. Probably go grab some food here in a little bit, and yeah, you know, this is what we do. So that was a question about what we do around here. That's kind of what we do. We monitor stuff in the lab. We monitor all kinds of stuff in the lab, not just Ranger Dog. Yeah, but it's a dry heat. Yeah. I'll tell you what, you know, there's 2 shows that really captured Phoenix. One was King of the Hill. If you ever saw Bobby when they get out of the car and he goes, "This is a monument. This is an affront to God," or something like that. That was funny. And the other one that really, really perfectly captured the city was if you ever saw the show Arrested Development, where he walks outside. He walks outside and he goes to touch the door handle, and the cabbie's like, "No, don't touch the handle." And he burns himself, and he turns around, and just walks back inside, and goes back. But yeah, it's because he like gets outside and he goes, "Really? Like it's really this hot here?" And that's exactly how hot it is in Phoenix. Yeah, we can rationalize it's a dry heat, but I assure you, it is hot. All right, if this comes up, then, well, let's see. We'll see. We'll see if, what other things. So if it's not Rocky 9, which it shouldn't be, because this same cluster is running Rocky 9.4 right here. So it's probably not that, but maybe. It's the next things for me to go try to muck around in are the kernel args. Is there something about the kernel arg that is causing this to not? No, Arrested Development was in California, but he moved to Phoenix at one point, and he was in Phoenix for all of about 5 minutes on the show, because he walked outside and was like, "Really?" And he went to reach for the handle of the cab and he burned himself, and he just turned around and walked back inside. Let's see. Hold on. Are you gonna boot or are you gonna error? Are you gonna exonerate the image, or is it gonna boot and then we're gonna have some other thing to go run down before we can run rel 9. Running 9 in the environment isn't that critical. This is already taking longer to fail if it's going to fail. It did fail. So, something else is going on. See? So, now we're trying to boot. All right. Turn this guy off. You're dead to me. Just go down for a while. Go to sleep. All right. Let's node. So we were doing node add. We can do node del lab disks 01. Actually, hold on. Let's see if we can do lab disks. I can't do it like that. Yes. Lab disks 02. Yes. So there's no nodes right now, so that's fine. Got that node down. No, I couldn't asterisk lab disk. It didn't work. Too big. It didn't work. I tried it and it failed. It said no nodes found. So yeah, I tried. Let's see. The overlay build should fail because there's none to build for. Yeah, there's nothing to build right now. So what? So there's something. It's something else, right? It's not the disk. Oh no, yeah. So I did an asterisk. It was an asterisk. Yeah. Gotta think about this. Harvard said, "Love Kali Linux, Parrot OS, and Ubuntu. Try them all." Nice. I've done my fair share of Kali in my time. In fact, I've told some of you guys I started Linux back when it was still Knoppix, and then it turned into Wapix, then it became Backtrack, and then it became Kali, right, from Backtrack. So there was like this whole movement of like bootable disks that came up. It's WHOPPIX, not Wapix like that. That's stupid. What else? Hold on. What else could it be? So the container, it's trying to start. It's got its net. It's got its mask. It's only got the one network. Network shouldn't matter, but it is. The network's working. Yeah, it was Backtrack. Yep. What is... So if I can't get this to boot... It's pulling everything down. It's coming up to start. I'm telling you, it seems to me like it's something in... maybe not directly here in the kernel args, but it's something to do with how it's trying to start the system. Because did we capture that? Hold on. I do have at least those. Asset key and UUID. Don't care about that. Don't care about any of that stuff. So why is this system itself? Network's fine. It can go first. 2 sockets with 1 core per socket. That's fine. None of that stuff should matter. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, none of that should matter. We're not getting anything in the logs. So we'll do a tail dash. Oh, we'll do like 50. Look at the last 50. Stages get into container. But what are my different? So, back of my Rocky Linux. Stage. Well, let's try this. There's a Dracket module, but we have to install it. So let's just install this real quick. And then run this. That's not good. Oh, hold on. Well, Yummer DNF. Install epel-release. I think we need epel-release for this. I remember reading that somewhere before when I was looking at this. For it to find that tool, it's out of the epel-release. So now it's going to pull the metadata and hopefully find it. Let's see. Because it's not in the regular. I think it's over in the epel. Yeah, Isobu, you're not really missing much. We're just kind of hanging out. Let's see if this finds it. Nope, still didn't find any. Hold on, hold on. Maybe, hold on, maybe we missed something. Nope, we don't need any of that crap. Don't need any of that. That's like if you want to do... It's all fine. I need... No, we got all that fine. Don't need that. Don't need that. Nope. So why can't it find... So we can find Warewulf. What provides Warewulf track? Nothing. Well, back to the... hold on. Some of you guys know I will press up 100 times before I'll ever before I'll ever retype a command. Can this find it? So this is down in the container. ISOBU, it's going okay. We're getting stuff built. We're just not getting everything we need to. I think this is where let's see. So these things may be... No. It's not there. That's wonderful. My whole system's frozen up. Wonderful. You know, that's one of the problems with any type of Chrome, man. It just sits around and just eats memory. Had this happen the other day, too, where it's just like... Pretty sure I can go look in what's going on with memory, and it's just all being used by Chrome. It's amazing. Right, because I can still... There goes Chrome resetting. Actually... Sometimes when that happens, it actually crashes on the YouTube side. So I apologize if I just lost everybody on YouTube. It like wipes them and brings them back up. Let's go look here. Let's exit out of here. Didn't change anything. There was nothing to change. Maybe they don't send it as a separate... Maybe they don't send that anymore as a separate thing. So let's go create a node. So we'll make our first node again. Right? Node add lab disks 1. And then we will set as... So that should work because it's already there. You said you made the subtitle thing that writes what you say. No, I didn't write that. PowerPoint does that. That's all PowerPoint. Just PowerPoint in the background. That's all it is. We could have also looked in there. That's another thing to try. So we've got one thing to try now, and then give this thing the name, by the way, doesn't really matter. Like if it's lab disk 1 or 2, the name out here doesn't matter to anything outside of XCPNG. So let's go ahead and start this one and see if it grabs the console crap that we need. Does it grab? Does it see it's the right name? Should for the first time say lab disks 01. Sure. Sure. It's gonna go grab all this. It's gonna take... Oh, that's got an error. Oh, we gotta do the build overlay. So, because I deleted all the builds, if you recall. So overlay build. Now it can grab. So the overlay's not there until we do that. So let's do this. Let's see if this. So this should work now. All right, these are all little things that I've had to work through, but now it's starting to get reboot. We can reboot it ourselves, but let that go. Also, shoot, we're almost at 3 hours. I don't normally stream this long, but I figure I'll do a little bit of extra since the wife is hanging with her friends tonight. She's got some beauty school friends that she met almost 30 years ago now, and they're hanging out tonight. So back to Rocky 9. Now there's an error. Got the kernel part done. Yep. Alright, so it's not that. I was hoping that would work. We see how that's booting and how that's getting to that error. And it's not able to parse all this out, so we might have to go look into why that's happening. But again, we don't want to dig down any further than we have to. If we could just get it to boot once, that would be fine. We just need it to boot once. What is it? Lab disks 01, is that right? That's what I think that's what we ended up making again. Oh, I saw it for a second there. Lab disks 01. There we go. Rebuild his overlay. And then well, he's gonna reset in a few seconds anyways, so we'll let him reset. Oh yeah, it's definitely sending everything I'm saying to the cloud. Wait, did it break? Yeah, it broke. There, now we're back. Alright. Oh, there we go. We'll give this a little more try, and then if not, you know, I'm okay with not hanging out working on this forever. I think I got a lot of the Warewulf stuff stood up, and then I'll give it a little bit of time to think. Yeah, it's still not booting. I'll sit around, I'll think about what's going on with it, and I'll try to troubleshoot it a little more, and then I'll come back to it. Typically, like stuff like this, I'm not going to let ruin my day. You know, this thing trying to boot all night or whatever, that's not that big of a deal. We'll go ahead and shut it down. All right, but we got the Warewulf stuff up. We got that going as we needed. So in the home lab, which we were over here earlier looking at the home lab stuff, we got the Warewulf part up. It's Rocky 9.4, and then the worker nodes are going to be called, I don't know, like lab nodes, whatever. They're going to be Rocky 9 container. Well, they'll be a running server when they come up, but that's what the nodes will look like. Right. That's what that'll look like eventually. That's kind of what we're building out here. And then the C router is routing everything through it, so then, you know, from here to here, everything has to go through this guy. So that's good. Yeah, I mean, we're getting the lab put together. Also, earlier today, we set up the Bastion host so people can connect to the lab if they need to. And people that do that, they come in through OpenSSH, and we saw how that worked. Actually, let's see if anybody's on there. Nobody's on there right now, but it is open still. People were on there earlier. People were on there earlier when I set that up. So, all right. What do we need to do? We need to shrink this down then. I don't need this so large. And we need to figure out what we're doing in probably some of the WX from earlier. Yeah, we'll use this one. We'll use this one. Go to Killer Coda and get this out of the way. We're going to do some lab writing here in a minute, but let's save this. Just Control S typically. I'll save it. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to put together, I've got more labs to do this week or this month. So by August, I want to have a new published version of our book. We've got a big lab book that we put together as a kind of professional Linux users group for people doing Linux. So I have more labs to add to it. So I'm going to be working on those probably. And not going to work super hard at it, but there is that. Also, you'll notice for people that have been around, I switched off. I'm not reading the Deathgate Cycle anymore. I finished that. That was a pretty good book when I was a teenager, but as an adult, it didn't stand the test of time, so it was just okay. I haven't started any other pleasure reading yet, so I'm just doing my doctoral stuff still. What is this? Somebody was telling me that Grafana Labs had some stuff up here. That's pretty cool. Somebody told me that Grafana had one of the guys told me that there were, I don't know where it would even be, but somebody was saying down in the Discord that they were linking off of here to, it's fine if they are, it'd be cool if they actually were. Somebody was mentioning that they were linking over to the Killer Coda stuff, so that would be cool if they were. Maybe I'll have to ask them to link it, because somebody said that they were actually, that they had a thing over. Yeah, I don't know where it would be if it was. That'd be pretty cool, though. there are a fair amount of good ways to go learn Grafana if that's something that you guys are interested in. No, one of the guys mentioned though. Let me go read this. Hold on. Maybe I just read it wrong. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, I don't know where they have it. Somebody mentioned something. Oh well. What can we do? What can we do? I don't see it in here anywhere. All right, we're not gonna mess around with that too much. All right, so what are we gonna do then? What I'm gonna do? You guys can do whatever you want. But if you're gonna hang out with me, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna work on probably building some more Linux labs out. So here's the Linux labs that are there. And I know that there's some big gaps in what I have and what we need to show people. But maybe one of the things, well, I don't know. Seems like a lot of work on a Friday afternoon. Maybe I just want to play video games. But before I go doing that, let me think. Let me think of some other. You know what? Maybe we'll do this one that I've been meaning to do, which is I've been meaning to install Slurm and set up the other part of it. So we have Slurm. Where's that? Slurm is a tool. We use it a lot in the high performance compute space. I'm going to blast through this lab real quick, and then we're going to see if we want to go set up the last part, right? So the last part looks like this. Let's go here, make it a little bigger for you guys to see. It says your team wants to set up a proof of concept, POC, and there's two kind of like engineering terms that come up a lot. POC, proof of concept, and MVP, which is minimum viable product. We need to understand these things as engineers, because when, somebody, obviously the company could say, hey, do this thing, the architects want it. But sometimes as engineers, your job is just to go play around with stuff and figure out in an environment, can we get something to work, right? And, if you got a good architect that maybe used to do engineering, because a lot of times engineers become architects, you'll find that they'll sit around and work with stuff and kind of twiddle around with it to try to get it working and stuff as well. But as engineers, a lot of times we get asked to do this kind of stuff. Hey, go prove that this thing works. Yeah, well, that's true. It depends. It really does depend where you're at on your little cycle of engineering. And we've talked about that. There's the things that are more admin facing, and then there's the things that are more kind of feel more like engineering. And this is part of it. So the end goal is to run a compute cluster that functions like a high-performance compute cluster, HPC. So we're going to install Slurm and have the appropriate daemons running. So we'll say apt update -y, so that'll go and grab all the metadata from all of our repositories, and it tells us that there's 170 packages that we could update. We don't want to update any of them. We're just going to install Slurm on these two nodes that we have. By the way, how do I know we have two nodes? Well, I wrote the lab. But also, if I didn't know that I had two nodes, I could just ping real quick or SSH over to node 01 and verify, right? So I'm on control plane. And you might wonder, why did they name them control plane and node 01? That comes from the Kubernetes aspect, right? So got two nodes, control plane and node 01. Boom. So we installed Slurm on this one and the Slurm control daemon. Now we're going to go to node 01 and just install the Slurm. So we'll go over there, install Slurm. So we're getting it on both of the servers. But only one of them is going to be the controller. It's going to be the control daemon for everything. All right? So that part will work, hopefully. And then when that happened, when we built that in, there was a tool that got put in there called Munge. Munge is needed for us to talk to each other. The Munge key system is how Slurm talks. You can also write your own apps that talk over Munge and use Munge for security. But when this happened, I want you to think about this. On this side, I downloaded, built all the packages, and over there I did. So the Munge key is going to be different. So if I were to, I don't know, check config ck sum, checksum, right? Etsy munge.key. That's going to be something here. And if I SSH to node 01 and do that same thing, right? It's going to be different. They're two different keys. So one of the things I need to do in this cluster, and this is why cluster management tools are so useful, is I got to copy it from this one to that one. I could have copied it from there to here too. It doesn't matter how I did it. As long as the Munge key is the same, these things can talk. So, okay, we're good. And then over on that node, we're going to restart the Munge daemon. So now Munge has the keys so these things can talk to each other, right? That's how this works. Now that we have Munge, now that we have Munge working, it's time to configure Slurm. You can use this link here to build a Slurm config. To build one in the web tool. Or you may copy the answers from the Etsy slurm.conf provided in the lab. So there's a slurm.conf that I added for you. And if you cat Etsy slurm, LLNL, slurm.conf, this is the slurm file that I provided. There's 5 things I changed from the original file. If you were to go look at the original file and then come and look at this one, there were 5 things changed. One here, it's the professional Linux users group cluster. This is a simple little cluster. Down here, then that's the one thing. Then there's 4 other things down here. I gave a node name for control plane. I gave a node name for node 01, so those are the 2 nodes. I gave a partition of ProLUG. And there was one other thing I think I changed in here. Oh, yeah, sorry. Slurm controller. The control daemon is control plane. So control plane is going to run the CTLD, so the Slurm CTLD daemon, which is the control plane, or the control daemon, rather, for Slurm. So I changed these 2 things up here and these 3 things down here. That's all I did. Once that's there, we can cat it out. We already did that. We'll copy it over to node 01, and then we'll restart everything on both nodes. So that's what we're doing here. So all the nodes have restarted. We'll check Munge, make sure Munge is running. We'll check Slurm, see that Slurm is running and Slurm control daemon's running. All right, good. So the systems should be up. We got validation successful. You've installed Slurm on 2 nodes and started the daemon. You want to verify the status of the cluster and individual node readiness. So we might do an S control and show the config. There's a whole bunch of information there that you might never need unless there's something wrong in your cluster. But you can look for just the logs. Here's all the logging that's happening in the system. Hey Abden, how's it going over on the YouTube side? Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We are building out a Slurm config, a Slurm system. I didn't even link this for you guys. Here, I'll link this for you guys on the both sides of things. And then we can go look at the state of the nodes. What's the node status? Both of them see idle. That's good. That means they're not running any jobs. And then I might just do an sinfo and see more information if there were problems. But in this case, we're pretty confident that we got a cluster that's working. It's logging things. We can go look at the logs if we want to. And this is specifically what I'm going to be messing with. Let's paste right there. Yeah, there's no accounting yet. All right, so that's something we'll have to set up. Now we're going to run some jobs against clusters. So we just run srun against one node, a command called hostname. It's going to do that. We'll run it against 2 nodes, and it just gives us hostname back. It's like super simple. Then we're going to try to run it against 10. But that's going to cause a problem because we don't have 10 nodes available in the cluster. So how you run things affects the ability for the cluster to do things. You can't run against 10 nodes if you don't have 10 nodes available. Now, there are batch jobs where we can do things and make them slow. Because you might say, well, why isn't it smart enough to just immediately go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Why can't it just do that? Well, not with srun. Srun's not smart like that. Sbatch is smart like that. Sbatch will do an asynchronous, it'll send the job into the cluster. When we did srun, we said, hey, time's a wasting. Send us, give me the information. This is a synchronous call. We were waiting for srun to come back, and it was just never going to come back. So you got to do a little smarter. There's actually a file here that we call just as a little root submit.sh. You can write this in Python. You can write this in whatever you have, whatever you want to run. But it's simple little sbatch commands to call, in my case, whatever commands I want to run, which are hostname and then sleep 60 in this environment. And I'm going to run it on one machine with one CPU task, and then I'm going to write it out somewhere. So the output doesn't have to come to the screen. I can go run it and leave for the day, come back later, right? This is more stuff that like our research scientists and stuff will do, but we need to know how the tool works so that we can troubleshoot it for them, right? So I kick that off, and it's got a job ID of 5, and then I can go look, is there anything in the root result text? Sure. But if I keep doing that SQ, I'll keep seeing it there all the way up until its 60 seconds are done, because it's going to sleep for 60 seconds. So I could do an SQ and just keep watching it. And then after 60 seconds, because it already did the host name, this thing's going to be all done, right? And it's going to, do whatever. So this is fine. This is the whole lab. I ran through it quick. That is how you install Slurm on a cluster, right? But then if you go to SkedgeMD, right? SkedgeMD is who runs Slurm. It is an open source tool, but it is maintained by somebody. I would liken Slurm. I've never seen H or HPC and Mesos. I've never used that, but I can tell you that Slurm is very similar to Platform LSF, which is an IBM tool. What other ones? Platform LSF, Slurm. I'm drawing a blank, guys. I know there's another one. I literally can't think of its name right now. Meant Mesos, but for HPC. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever used Mesos, but yeah, I imagine it's similar to that. So look, we only set this up. Let's open the image in a new tab here so we can see it big. We only set up Slurm daemon on both nodes. Slurm control daemon was only on the one controller node, which happened to be called control plane. Apache Mesos? No, I haven't played with it. Yep. This looks like it's probably similar. Yeah, that's in fact, that's exactly what schedulers try to do. I don't know how this one does it, but yeah, it's that same kind of idea. Absolutely. It does it this way, though. So now the part that we would set up here would be a Slurm database. And there's two types of databases, I believe. I believe there's a Postgres, and I believe there's a MySQL one, or MariaDB. So let's go look. Let's go see. I've never set this up from scratch. So let's see if... let's go install the Debian packages. If there's a DBD node, which we're going to have be one of these. Hold on. But this is a good start. Slurm SMD. I don't know if those are names of packages that I can. Let's see. So, let's do this. App search Slurm. Let's see what Slurm's there. There's Slurm DBD. So that's probably the thing we need. Let's give that thing a try. And then everything that I do that varies from this lab that I'm going to be building into the next lab, I'm going to go put over here. Right? Oops, what happened there? That's there. And then let's well, let's see. All right, failed. And why did it fail? Ah, because that exists, but the daemon was being skipped. So now we got to go. Now we got to go modify the file. Etsy slurm. If you guys missed it, that's that config said that it was skipped. So slurm dbd.conf. Oh, there isn't one. Ah, so that's even well. That's that file doesn't exist. So we need to make one. So let's go look. Is there a slurm dbd file? That's fine. That's fine. We need to. Ah, we are going to probably have to set up MySQL. That's fine. But where is their config? They normally have a pretty good config page. MySQL or MariaDB is preferred. Okay, so we're going to have to put MariaDB probably on here. Got the Munge part down. That's fine. We got Munge on there. Three distinct plugins. Okay. So DVD. There's all the things you can go set in there. What I'm looking for is, do they have a configuration like they do in the other one? So in the normal slurm.conf, they have a thing that will go and generate this file for you. Yeah, can we go grab all these things? Sure. But do we want to do that? We'd prefer to just have a default one if they have it. It will always be located in the same directory as slurm.conf. That's fine. It's commented out. That's fine. But they should have an example of this file. Typically. Here's an example of the file. All right. Where is it at? So here's a sample of what it's going to look like. And auth type, so dbd host. We're going to have to change that to control plane on this one. So I'm going to say I know there's a way to tab everything in. There we go. And then we'll say let's just put these on their own lines just in case. Just in case it doesn't work the way that I want it to. Edited. Okay. We edited that, and we are not going to edit anything else. However, we're going to need to know the storage password to the database down here, and then wherever the storage is for this, and then whatever the storage user is. So it looks like those are things that we're going to have to configure as well. So I'm probably gonna have to put MariaDB in this case on there. Go and set up all the pieces so that it's ready to accept the connections, right? Because when you do SQL work, especially like structured query databases, you always have to prep them with whatever the default tables are, right? Sometimes the tool is smart enough that the tool will go build all that as long as it has permissions, but that's not always the case. Sometimes you got to go prep the database. That looks like it's pretty well documented right here. Like when I was looking here. No, actually it was back a page. When it was here, it looked like they had a pretty good little how to set it up. You got to grant storage to storage user, storage host, you know, whatever you're putting it at. And it says the ticks are needed. You should leave them in there. And then it shows here how you might set that up. MySQL, go in there, create a slurm at localhost, identified by password, and then grant all on whatever. And then we could set it, you know, we could build it and set that all up. So that looks like something we're going to have to do. So yep. So now set up database. We'll install Maria. It's MariaDB-server. I always forget that one. I don't do a lot with MariaDB anymore, but what I'm going to be doing here, one is eating candy, and two, this is almost done. I'm going to be adding to this database with the same basic options that they gave. We may need the client. Whoops, there we go. All right. So we got the client already. All right. You can't always connect. Oh, not my favorite, but they're pretty good. Some milk duds. Hanging out. The wife left them with me before she went to her, she's like at a girls' little thing. And, well, like her friends, like her and the girls. So she's coming back tomorrow. So we'll be hanging out right around the time I'd normally run Linux group. So I might run Linux group a little early tomorrow. Or I might actually do some work stuff tomorrow too. So you guys will either see me on or I'll be, I don't know what I'll be doing, but we'll be hanging out. MySQL connects. So now we're in there. So now let's go look at these commands that we have to do, right? Because this is at the end of the day. I'm going to go drop this. I'm going to drop this on the Discord so I check it out later. HPC. We'll go play with that later. Apache Mesos. I went and put in the high performance compute part of our Discord. Okay, let's see. What does it say? Grant all. So it says existing Slurm account database plan to upgrade your database to that. Please schedule MD. You'll need help. So give them permission. MySQL. So grant all to storage at storage host, which is going to be, it's all going to be local, right? So I think they have right here a perfectly acceptable little command. Actually, oh, I always forget, man. when you do MySQL, you always have to you always gotta have that little semicolon at the end. I always forget that. I don't do, guys. I don't do a whole lot of MySQL, right? I'm not a MySQL engineer by any stretch of the means, but all right. So we do that. So we create that user slurm, and let's go grab that in our notes. Right. So create the user, identified by a password. I think we're gonna have to give it a password here, and then grant all on the Slurm accounting database to that. Which I imagine this might break because I don't remember us ever having a Slurm accounting database, but that's fine. Or maybe it's going to create it for the first run. Who knows? Let's go do this. Boom. And then what else? It gets confusing when other coding languages require some. Yeah, Robodom. There's I do just enough MySQL to forget it before the next. Like it's that kind of a gap. Like I will probably touch like a MySQL database maybe twice a year. Like that's not what I do. But can I, in a pinch get something to work in there? Typically, right? Like I can at least typically fumble around with stuff. Which we shouldn't have to do that. Or with a password we shouldn't have to do that. And then we'll create the database. Okay, so there we go. Boom. I knew the database wasn't there yet. I was like, when's this database coming in here? All right, so create database. All right, so connect client. So this is setup database, right? Like install, go into MySQL, do all these things, and then hopefully. I know how to do all that stuff. Like making sure Slurm database server is working is not a problem for me. What I want to know is I'm going to be identified by a password, but I didn't see an option to make a password. And I thought hold on. Hold on. Oh, okay. Hold on. So when I do this, there's more to this one. So we'll do it like this. So we were supposed to do this whole big long one, and we'll use the some pass. I'm okay with that. Oh, yeah, there we go. All right, so we didn't need the rest of that crap. We just need that. Okay, copy, paste. So well, yeah. So I don't do enough with the password. So this was not enough here. It's one line, good. Okay. So now, we some pass is just going to be bullshit password. I don't care. Let's go set that. Exit this. Go in here. Slurm user is Let's see if they show. I don't need an archive server. Don't need to dump crap. Okay. We did Slurm. So Slurm user is going to be Slurm. That's what we used. Storage password is going to be that BS password that we gave. Whoops. Not what I wanted. Escape U. We want this other one. Some pass. And then database manager. All right. Now, we've got that set up, but we need to go change something in Etsy Slurm, slurm.conf now, because I'm pretty sure we had all this stuff turned off. Well, not turned off. We just didn't have it turned on, right? Where's database? I don't see any database stuff. Okay, yeah, okay, that's fine. We won't worry about it then. So let's do restart. Can't open the PID and run. Why the hell is it trying to do it and run? I should be trying var. Oh, hold on. Slurm. It's fine. I mean, it's running. It's got the right, and it's the right user, so yeah, it should be able to access that file. Okay. Yeah, it's I'm looking here at the status of the Slurm database accounting daemon, and it's saying that it can't start, can't open the PID run Slurm DBD, but that's not where it's at anyways. It's in var run, so I don't even know what that's saying, because it's supposed to be down in var run, and that is owned by the right thing, so we should be fine. All right, so let's go look here. Q, and pop over here, and that says that it's starting to be there. So if that's a thing, so what's our cluster? So cat etsy slurm.conf. Our cluster name is ProLUG cluster, right? So sacctmgr add that name. Oh, cluster. All right. So the accounts that we have. Hold on. Don't care. Sure, that's big enough for what we're doing. Oh yeah, fisherman. Yeah, I'm just hanging out. It's Friday. The wife is she went to hang out with some of her beauty school friends from like 30 years ago. They graduated that fun thing together, and they have kept in touch, and it's kind of funny. Like they've known each other since they were like teenagers, and they all went to beauty school together. So, which is just a way. I don't know if everybody has this in their local areas, but in the Arizona, you have to have a license to cut hair because apparently there's a challenge there. And so she went with her friends. That's like a hair cutting school. They just call it beauty school. So I don't know if that's like that everywhere, but all right, let's find. What are we doing? Storage type, accounting storage, MySQL. We need to get that right because that's not right. Now it's up here. Don't care about any of that archive stuff. Alright, let's go try this real quick. Make sure we have this. Oh, somebody was joking around about that. The yeah, NODB, good. We already did that, I believe. Yeah, I created the database. I thought I would. I think we got all that part done. I think what we need to do is come up here and figure out what the hell's going on with this config. Specifically around this one value. Damn it. Damn it. Yeah, non-major nerd, you've been here since the beginning. You popped on right when I first started. All right, where are we at? Hold on. Let's cap that file. Or just look at it for a second. All right, storage type. Storage loc. Slurm account database. So we know that's the right one. That's the right storage. Slurm account DB. Okay. We got that. Slurm is running for both the Slurm control daemon and the Slurm database. So that's fine. Storage host is... Ooh, hold on. Where's storage host? See that defined. But what's DBD host? That's annoying. We're way down. That's right. Yeah, this is where it's run from. And then the Slurm DVD port, that should be fine. Whoops. I don't care about archive crap. That's Slurm. Some pass. Yep. Those are all the things that we just for fun, we'll do that. Oh, okay, well that's fine. We don't need it then if it's not going to work. Let's see. We got the rest of this pretty well set up. We don't really need all the archive shit. We're not worried about the archiving part of this. Storage type. Default is 3306. That's fine. Storage look should be right. Well, let's see if we got anything running. Could have sworn that's what we had. Yeah. Maybe. I already tried this. That looked like the right. I have to play with this one a little bit too. All right. Anyway, so that's gonna be a lab. I gotta get that lab sorted out a little bit. There's some things there with the testing that's not right. Production week here, so I'm on 12 hours. Yeah. I'm actually getting ready to do. I'm gonna be in a skiff the next couple weeks, so I'll be kind of, man. And I'm starting a couple new. Well, actually, I'm starting to take another college class next week, and I'm starting to teach another 2 college classes next week. So I'm gonna be quite busy next week as well. So if you guys don't see me on much, or if you see me just kind of messing around when I am on, like I am now, it's mostly because I'm focused on. I got this other stuff. Like I got other stuff in this window that I still have to get back to tonight. So like I'm kind of messing around now because like I don't want to go do work. This might seem like work, but this is more relaxing than work for me right here. What I'm doing, still better than work, but I do have more work to do. Yeah, we're definitely chilling. Not working too hard. This node's down, but it would have just sat here and spun if we had been working on it. So it's funny, when I started stream, I had 0 problems. After working on stuff for a while, now I have 2 problems. One is over here on the Warewulf space, and the other one is over here on the Slurm database space. So either way, I got problems. They're not too bad though. All right. What else did I have to do? I had what else was I gonna do? I had some other stuff I could have worked on. To be fair, I did pick one of the harder labs that I wanted to work on, so that's fine. This is one of the more challenging things that I needed to do. So what else? What else do we have? Hold on. We drew out the lab environment. We set up a Bastion host earlier so people can hop on. If you're in the Discord and you go to Sandbox, you can see the connection into the environment. Some people were doing that earlier. Yeah, and other than that, we're just kind of hanging out, working on system stuff. You know what I do need to do? Hold on. I've been meaning to do this for a while. Let's go look at, anybody wants to do these with me, you can. I've often went back, like I started writing the labs, and then I went back and I started like updating the labs so they were better. Well, better in that they have like more of a story to the start of them. And then like my first basic Ansible labs don't have any of that. They're just like, they just drop you in and say do Ansible. So we're gonna make these a little better. We're gonna say, okay, so the first one is there. It says your team has decided they need a tool that they can use to control and operate the many servers they have in your environment. You've been tasked with evaluating Ansible. All right, I think that's a pretty good start, right? So we're gonna jump into the second one now, which is to set up an inventory host file. When you look at this one doesn't have anything like that. So we're gonna come over here to the Ansible host file, and we'll go to the setup, which is the first one, and we'll just come here, and we will add. Team has decided the tool to control and operate the menus. So you have been tasked with evaluating Ansible. You know that inventory is one of most important parts of system administration. So you want to get in right. Set up and complete the different inventory challenges in this lab. Boom. All right. So that'll be like, I'm just trying to add more pieces to this, right? So add a little bit of let's say a little bit of like flavor to it almost. All right. So now this next one, and you guys can do the lab if you want. You know, the labs are pretty straightforward. In fact, I think they mostly walk you through them if you click on them. Let's go to the third lab. See what the third lab says. This one just starts you right into ad hoc mode, I think. Yep. Doesn't even have anything. It just says start lab activities. Yeah, it doesn't even do anything. You know that individual modules can be called in ad hoc mode. So you decide to try running some commands against your test inventory of servers There we go. Boom. I think that one's good. So that one. Let's go look at 4. 4 is going to be here. And oh, Robodom, your Discord command didn't work. Did you do it too close to the last one or something? No, that shouldn't have mattered. Did you spell Discord wrong? No. Did I get disconnected? Hold on. What happened there? Oh, there's Discord. Yeah, Robodom, I think it's only got like a 30-second timeout or something. But it did not work for you. Maybe Nightbot thinks you've been typing too much, and it's fuming in the background somewhere. All right, this one says lab activity. Yeah, this one just starts you right off into lab activities too. Let's go look here, and we'll start. Teams decided they need to, and you are going to practice. You decide to practice more of the ad hoc mode and deploy a configuration file that you need in your environment. You find that there's a value needs to change on different servers, so you figure out how to do that. So there you go, boom. That's what you're doing in that lab, right? And then we get down into playbook staging, and yeah, this one, yeah, I just drop you guys right in. There's no warming you up or anything. I just drop you guys right in here. Yep, I gotta add to this. You decide I've done enough with the one-off ad hoc mode commands. You decide to put them into a playbook and stage your deployment tar.gz to all your test servers. So that's what this one is. This one just deploys to all the nodes, and that's very valuable, very worthwhile if you're doing Ansible. So there's that. And then what's the next one? Some of you guys have done these labs with me, so you guys know. Yeah, is Nightbot not listening to you? That's funny. All right, so now we're going to deploy the full application. Right? Oops. Lab activities. You have, you are adding to your original deploy file and now want to execute the installer on all systems. Make sure that the sets the environment as you. Right, so make sure it sets the environment as you need it. That's kind of the goal here. 7. What do we do in 7? We just start ripping right into Jinja, right? Yeah, I don't even, man. So, go down into the Jinja stuff. Deploy a playbook. Doing some Jinja stuff. Yep. You have been to work with Your team also wants to verify that certain conditions exist when they are when the deployments occur. You figure out how to use Jinja 2 for that task. So that's what you're doing in this lab, right? You're figuring out how to use Jinja 2 to stamp something on the different machines. That's what that lab is. By the way, the other day we were hitting all of these and doing the Socratic Ansible, right? So we were doing all the Socratic Ansible notes, and I think I got to where did I get to? Timestamp with ISO. So actually, yeah, I was in the one just past this because I still have that open. Yeah, the next one we were going to do was going to be API usage. So 7, 7, and 8 were these ones. Okay, so 7, 8 assets. Boom. Let me go steal this one. Whoops, let's go steal this one from 7. Two. Okay, get rid of that. You're going to use Jinja 2 to stamp a report back to your control plane node, letting you know how the run went on all of the individual servers. After you complete this testing, you expect to run this against hundreds of nodes and need to know the nodes that it did or didn't complete on. There you go. So that's kind of this lab. The lab that we had just finished the other day is you run against all of the different nodes that you have. You only have 2 in the environment, and then it reports back to you with a Jinja template of here's the nodes I couldn't reach, here's the nodes that weren't up longer than a day, or if they were up longer than a day, we want to know because we're patching our server, so we need to reboot them. And it's just, you might say, well, hey, at the end of every playbook, there's always this output, and I say, that's great. But what if you have like 1,000 nodes? Because I often hit over 1,000 nodes with things. And all that stuff at the end is just noise to me. But the template, the report that I get back, that report is awesome because then I take that and it just tells me the few nodes that were aberrant. Any ones that varied off of the baseline that I have. And that's what this lab shows you how to do. And we did this one the other day. So, all right, so we did all that. We'll go up here and just say fix intros. And then we'll just commit that up. Boom. And then we can go back. By the time that finishes, if we go back to creator here in the Het Tanis labs, it'll come up right here. It'll tell me that it pulled at 7. It'll be 7:06. Yeah, 7:06. Yeah, because it's tomorrow on UTC time already. And then we drop down into the Ansible labs. And really, we just need to verify. Let's go like the second one and see, does it have that nice little write-up at the top, which it should. Sometimes they take a little while when they're first building new because it's like retooling them. So we'll take a minute for that to come up. Give that a second to come up over there. All right, no more milk duds. I gotta go eat dinner soon, so I can't just eat milk duds all night. I guess I can eat milk duds all night, but I shouldn't eat milk duds all night. All right, well, we knew that one was gonna go. That one was fine. Seems like they're taking a while. No, Robodom, you know what I've been eating that are actually pretty good, and I can't keep eating over there. There's a Wendy's by my house. They tore this Wendy's completely down, rebuilt it, so it's a brand new building. But then I was driving by the other day, and they're like, "Oh, we got these little things here called like saucy nugs," and I'm like, "Well, I like nuggets, and I like buffalo hot wing sauce," so I went and stopped by and tried those. They're pretty good. So I got to keep myself from eating too many of those things. The saucy nugs, man. And the girl came out to the window, so I drove up, and she came to the window, and she goes, "Hey, I know you ordered 10 of these, 10 six-packs." No, I'm just kidding, 10 of them. And she goes, "Well, Fisherman, first of all, I've had a lot of them." No, I haven't tried garlic parm. That's what my wife eats. And I haven't tried ghost pepper, but I've gotten the regular buffalo and the spicy buffalo, and those are good. But no, she goes, "I only have 9 of the spicy nugs and then 1 of these other ones." And I said, that's fine, I guess. Well, I didn't realize like the normal ones are like way thicker. Like they're way thicker on the breading. And it's still good. It was still good. Like, I mean, I just noshed through them. I didn't even care. But yeah, they're pretty good. I haven't tried the garlic parm or the ghost pepper yet. And then the other things I get over there are they have these little chicken sandwiches that are like I don't know why they call them. I guess they do have BLT on them, but on top of chicken. So it's a BLT on top of chicken. And that's pretty good. It's like a little BLT chicken sandwich. Those are pretty good. If you had a regular nug to a bunch of saucy nugs, won't it become? It does become a saucy nug, but it was still, the breading is different. And I would never known that. I would have just chainsawed through them. Except 1 out of these 10 were different. And she's like, "I was just going to let you find it." And I was like, "No, I'm just kidding." No, she was cool, but it's like a brand new little, it's the same Wendy's that was already there since I was a kid. They just tore it down and rebuilt it in like 2 months. So, Wendy's chili's pretty good. Maybe I'll do some chili tonight. Yeah, it's 115 out, so I mean it should be pretty good for chili. I'm just kidding, but it is 100. What was it earlier? It's well, now the sun's almost down in Phoenix at 8 o'clock at night. But what's the temperature still? Hold on, it's still 112 right now, with like this heat warning. But it's only 73 in here, so it's not too bad in the house. I got the house nice and cool. All right, so we updated the labs a little bit. I'm going to make more labs. I should have started with these labs because these labs are like way easier to make. I should have started with this instead of that hard Slurm one. The Slurm one was going to be a challenge because I haven't done that before. Yeah, it's pretty uninhabitable, Fisherman. We were talking about that scene earlier from, well, there's 2 scenes. One is from King of the Hill, the cartoon, and then the other one is from Arrested Development, where he comes to live here to Phoenix for about 5 minutes and then just turns around and walks back inside the airport. And I don't blame him. It's way too hot here. But I have been hotter. I mean, the hottest I've ever seen Phoenix get is like 126. And the hottest I was ever at in Iraq was 138. So Iraq was slightly hotter than than here. Of course, I was in Iraq over summer too, so that was terrible. Where are we at here? What So I got to think about that werewolf stuff for a little bit, and I'm telling you, like some of the things, guys. This brings up a good point as you've watched me flail around with 2 different issues that have gotten me tonight. I don't like as an engineer, I know there's things that are going to get me. I know that I'm going to get stuck at points. But what's going to happen is I'll probably, eventually here in a little bit, I'll turn off stream. I'll go grab some food. I'll come back, I'll go pet Ranger a little bit. Although he was stinking earlier, so I'm going to tell him, like, got to take a bath, Ranger. No, I probably got to give him a bath myself. But anyways, so, but anyways, my point is I'll think about some other things and I'll come back to it, and we call it like looking at it with fresh eyes. Sometimes it's also good to have somebody over your shoulder, or like, people were helping out earlier and saying, "Hey, try this, try that." Well, it's a valuable thing to know when to walk away from a problem. You can kind of chew on it a little bit and then come back. Now, as an engineer, don't let that stuff keep you up at night. Like I'm not gonna look. None of the stuff in this home lab, none of the stuff in my professional job, is gonna keep me up at night. You gotta temper that, because I used to tell people, like, when I first got into engineering, when I worked at Lockheed Martin, very early on, I saw 2 guys die in their cubicles. We call them having grabbers. You just fall over dead, right? Just fall out into the aisle and they just like brush you down and throw you out or whatever. So like engineering will kill you, right? If you let the stress get to you. So it's one of those things where I would tell you like, go take a break, walk away. That's what I'm going to do. Come back. I'll be probably playing around here, maybe playing some Mechabellum, and then I'll, get in there and I'll hit it back up again. And then, 10, 20 minutes later, sometimes you find a solution. Sometimes it takes a while, but sometimes you just like, oh shoot, why didn't I set that one thing? Or, oh shoot, or actually what I can do off stream is I can go check my configurations at work and go, man, how is this different? Because I inherited a lot of the configurations at work. I've never set up Warewulf from scratch. You guys have watched me build it completely in my environment now. So it's one of these things where my next build will go much smoother, but I got to get past this part. I got to get past and document all the things that I've done so far so that I can keep moving. What else though? What else do we have here? I don't really have anything else. I didn't really start today with an agenda. I didn't have an agenda at all when I started. So we've just been kind of moseying and meandering around. I will tell you this. This is important things. We've got discussions coming up. If you go to Discord, if you do join our Discord, here's all the events that are coming up, right? All of my people, like if Fisherman's around still, Fisherman's talking on the second day. And he's going to talk about bots and AWS, and some of the other guys are going to talk data analytics, and Sending Grounds is going to talk systems engineering. Actually, 3 of the people this day do stuff inside of AWS, and one of them does a lot of stuff inside of Google Analytics. So this is going to be heavily like a cloud day, even if it's not directly cloud topics. So that'll be that. The first day is going to be much more, I'm going to talk engineering in general. My brother Tom's going to talk data analytics. Pessa's going to talk about debugging kernel level stuff. And then Robbie Reed is going to come and talk about CI/CD, DevOps, and like what it takes to move up. He's a director of engineering, and he's a very hands-on engineer, very sharp guy. So we've got a bunch of people coming to talk to the group in August. We normally do, I'll normally have guest speakers on Saturdays often, but we haven't had them for a while, so now I'm just kind of front-loading them all and putting them all on August. So make sure you bookmark that. I want to try to break. I know Discord can handle like 50 or 60 people, but I'd be interested to see if we can get, 100 people. The most we've ever had in our Discord, I want to say, is maybe we had about 27 people one time for a talk. I think that's about the most we've ever had in one chat. I know it can handle that easily, but I'd like to see if we can get up at some of the higher numbers and see what happens. I'm sure it's still going to work, but all right. Anyways, let's go. What's my time at? 4.5. This is nowhere near my longest. I think my longest I ever streamed was like 7 hours. But let's go. I'll go drop us down on a raid somewhere. For people on the YouTube side, I got nothing for you. It's just I appreciate you guys hanging out. Let's go find somebody to raid on our Twitch side. Let's see who's doing stuff. Who am I following that's actually on right now? Oh, we'll go raid Harold. Harold's doing stuff. Harold's always building bots, so we'll go raid him. He is a Microsoft guy, but we won't hold that against him because he does a lot of really cool stuff. And yeah, I appreciate you guys coming by. We'll do that raid. For you guys over on the YouTube side, thanks for sticking around with me. And I will talk to you guys. I should be back on tomorrow. We'll get some work done tomorrow. Maybe I'll have some of that Warewulf stuff finished. All right. Take care, everybody.